Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I am the Vice Chair of this committee. Oh, I'm not, I'm the Chair of this committee. I would like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10 a.m. on 24th of April. Other members of this committee, I'll let them introduce themselves from Councillor Thornborough.
Katie Thornborough of Petersfield.
Robert Dryden, Cherry Hinton.
Sam Carling from West Chesterton.
Naomi Bennett, Abbey Ward.
Katie Porrer, Market Ward.
David Levine, Trumpington Ward.
Thanks, councillors. Officers permanently at the table for this meeting are Delivery Manager Toby Williams, Legal Advisor Keith Barber, Committee Manager James Goddard and Producer Chris Connor. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting. I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the seats to the right of the dais. Copies are also available on the City Council's website under committee meetings, minutes and agendas. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you are referring to a specific paragraph or plan. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure you're switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that they do not interrupt proceedings. When you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via live stream indicate you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI or DPA request, that's Freedom of Information or Data Protection Act requests. Make sure that your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you're invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. The case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the council debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the Adjourned Decision Protocol, where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation. The decision to determine the application will then be adjourned and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will hold proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Moving on to agenda, apologies first. So I see you're all here except Councillor Bajent, and he is coming later because we have a briefing to start, which he's already seen. So that's that. Moving on to agenda item 3, declarations of interest. Anybody? Councillor Porrer.
Thank you, Chair. Just to note for item 7, Brookmounts Court, I realise my partner used to work in this building several years ago, but the company was just renting it, had no financial interest, and I've not had any prior discussion. But just to declare, my discretion is unfettered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so agenda item 4, minutes. I think I've got the minutes of the meeting of 6th of March. Can I sign those as a true record? Yes, thank you very much. James. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 5. As you may know, councillors, we have a briefing before we start planning items. So item 5 is update on biodiversity net gain. Officers, when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, members. I will now give a brief presentation on biodiversity net gain. I'm the Natural Environment Team Leader for Greater Cambridge. Today I have with me my manager, Jane Green, and online we have two ecologists, Guy Belcher from the city and Daniel Weaver from South Cambs. So I'll just share my screen. Okay, I believe you can all see the screen. So biodiversity net gain, I suppose the first question is, what is it? Biodiversity net gain is a new approach to planning and development that seeks to enhance the natural environment as a function of development, rather than simply replacing what is lost as a function of any development. Biodiversity net gain seeks to go further and seeks to, it's about stepping beyond into conservation of the natural environment, said, rather than simply putting back what is lost through development. Why is it important? Well, if we look at Greater Cambridge, the city of Cambridge there in the middle, the district of South Cambridge around the edge, you can see the kinds of development pressures that we have. We live in a very nature-depleted part of the country. The county of Cambridgeshire, the district of South Cambridgeshire, is very, very low in terms of the amount of land managed for nature. And combining with that, we have an awful lot of development pressure. And so we have a perfect storm, in a way, of not much land managed for nature, high development pressure, and so we have a need really to protect and enhance the biodiversity that we have. On the screen, there are just some points there. We've got Waterbeach in the North Stowe. To the west, we've got Camborne West, Camborne, and then, of course, around the Cambridge Fringe, there's an awful lot of development taking place. If we were to look at this map in a slightly different way and look at the spatial footprints of these developments, you can see that they're quite considerable. So there's a lot of managed land going under development, and therefore we really need to have good policies in place to ensure that that biodiversity is not lost but enhanced. The kinds of development we're all familiar with are kind of stuff you read in the city of Cambridge. This, I think, is opposite the Station Road. We have urban fringe development. This is Eddington, to the west of Cambridge. I think predominantly a greenfield site when it came forward. And of course, we have the new towns, as I said, such as Camborne, not quite new, about 30 years old, but certainly North Stowe and Waterbeach. And so different types of development offering different challenges when it comes to protecting and enhancing any biodiversity that's lost. And when we think about biodiversity net gain, or BNG as we could call it, we're thinking about replacing that lost habitat 3 different types. Think about on-site. I believe this is a picture of Eddington in the west, and the kinds of net gain that we can achieve on-site, somewhat limited, in as much as you'll have, I think this is a pollinator corridor, so you've got a green corridor running through that urban development, and obviously that's forming part of the green infrastructure as well. It's important to say that the quality landscaping and the green infrastructure that you'll imagine as part of any good development within this side, it will include elements like this. So that's on-site. We should also think about off-site, because not all developments will allow us to deliver biodiversity net gain on-site. I think it's important to say a couple of things at this. This is within the city for landscaping, and I could reel them off. I probably shouldn't reel them off, but you have a number of policies that ensure that your green space is protected within the city of Cambridge. That's the first thing to say. The second thing, we'll get to the measurement of BNG later, but the way that the calculation works is that the further that you go from the site of that development in terms of delivering your biodiversity net gain, the more penalties you accrue. And so it makes sense to get your net gain as close to the site of the development as possible. But we will entertain off-site because sometimes there's just a need to develop off-site. And then, of course, there's a combination where some of your net gain can be delivered on-site, possibly through the pollinator corridors that you've seen, but some of it can go off-site into different places and enhance the natural environment in strategic locations. What do I mean by strategic locations? So strategic locations are places where, have we lost the feed to the big screen? Okay. Strategic locations are sites which have been identified, typically within the district, which can include a habitat banking element. You seem to be losing the, have you got that? Okay, okay. Having a bit of a bad hair day. Not my connection, is it? I'll pick this up in a minute.
I'm afraid it may be the Wi-Fi. We do have an HDMI lead, so we can show it in the room, but it may not be off. But
Okay.
we can show in the room.
Shall I persevere, or what would you like me to do?
Persevere for the minute, because
Okay.
I presume we've got residents watching.
Yes, absolutely.
Chris, any thoughts?
This is not something I'm in control of.
Okay, I'll carry on my presentation.
We'll try it for a minute or two longer. If not, we'll get changed to the HMDI.
Okay, fab. So habitat banking for off-site mitigation is an approach which seeks to create advanced habitats in strategic locations, and those strategic locations are identified as priority districts, or indeed perhaps in the city too, coming forward. Advanced habitat creation seeks to offset habitat loss from a development site at a site that's at a distance. Biodiversity credits sold on those sites are purchased by developers to pay for the creation, management, and monitoring those habitats over a 30-year period. As I've already said, they're strategically located for the best outcomes for nature. What does that mean? That essentially means that they're not just placed anywhere we can find a field. These places are ideally, they meet certain criteria that ideally more than 40 hectares in size. They may be proximate to existing county wildlife sites. They can act as stepping stones, or they buffer existing wildlife sites. So there's a rhyme and reason as to where they are. And they create opportunities for businesses to facilitate nature restoration through different partnerships. As I've already said, they must be registered with Natural England on a national database. So this isn't, and that, that's something that's very closely monitored by Natural England. So they can't just be set up willy-nilly by anybody. The sites will need to create enhanced habitat and manage, monitor over a 30-year period. They should be at least 40 hectares in size of smaller, proximate to wildlife sites, and should be within habitat priority areas where possible. Now, what do I mean by that? These are the handful of sites. We've got about half a dozen already. Either we have Section 106 agreements with these sites already, or those agreements are currently being drawn up. And they give an indication as to where the existing sites are spatially in terms of their proximity to the city of Cambridge. You'll see that predominantly they're in the southeast of the district. There is one out to the west. We haven't quite got that Section 106 together yet with Cambridge past, present and future. But as time goes on, we anticipate there will be more. And in fact, there should be sites within the city of Cambridge at some point. So they're not all going to be within the district. These are just the early adopters. These are the ones that have come forward first of all. If we look at the Cambridge Nature Network map, you can see that obviously to the southeast, you've got that blue area. That's the Gog-Magog, Hills priority areas, predominantly chalkland, and many, so Lower Valley Farm, a couple of the Wildlife Trust sites are within that area. The CPPF site, which I mentioned earlier, is out to the west, and that would be on the Boulder Clay. And so, again, the intention is, with these strategic sites, that they are located within areas which have already been identified as priority areas designated for nature restoration, and that will feed into the LNRS, the Local Nature Recovery Strategy, that will be coming forwards over the next few months. Just a quick visual on biodiversity net gain before we get into the business of how we measure this, because that's a very important piece too. Imagine the green blob at the top left is your, let's say it's your greenfield site, and we plot the development in the middle. In the old model of no net loss, what would happen is we'd say, okay, we've lost that amount of land to development, we're going to simply replace it, hence no net loss. That model typically didn't work because of various reasons. The way that things were measured was inconsistent. Developers, shock horror, did not always do what they promised to do, and so invariably we would end up with a net loss to biodiversity. The new model of biodiversity net gain, following the same approach, you have your land, your development is taken, you have your mitigation loss, but then BNG goes beyond that. And what the government have said in the Environment Act and what's come forward in law over the last 2 or 3 months is that biodiversity net gain shall be set at a minimum of 10% above baseline. And that differs from what was in the National Planning Policy Framework. Up until recently, it just said net gain. The Environment Act now says must be at least 10%. And of course, we're very aware that some members have aspirations to go beyond 10%, and we're checking the viability of those models at the moment. Broadly speaking, this approach follows what's called the mitigation hierarchy, where at first you try to avoid any damage. That's the first principle. Where you can avoid, you avoid. You can't avoid, you minimize the damage you do to the natural environment. The next step is to rectify any damage. Beyond that, reduce, and then finally offsetting. And it's this offsetting piece that biodiversity net gain seeks to achieve, to go beyond just putting back what's been damaged, to offset, whether it's on-site or whether it's off-site, or whether it's a combination of those two, to go further and actually begin to enhance the natural environment. I'll now hand over to Dan Weaver, who's our principal ecologist, to take you through how BNG is measured. Thank you.
Good morning. Hopefully you can all hear me well. So first and foremost, biodiversity net gain is measured through what we call the biodiversity net gain biodiversity metric, or the small sites metric. These are Excel spreadsheet-based algorithms that have been developed by the Department of Environment and Farming, Rural Affairs and Natural England over the past sort of 11, 12 years or so. They use habitat size or habitat length, depending on whether you are looking at, say, a grassland or a riverbank. They are measured separately. Each of those have to deliver 10% separately as well. We look at things like habitat distinctiveness. How diverse is that habitat? Is it amenity grassland? Is it wet woodland? They would score differently. Wet woodland obviously scoring higher. What is the condition of those habitats? Do they have, unwanted plants within them? Do they not have enough plants in them? Is there lots of bare ground? What condition are those habitats within? And then also, what is the strategic significance of those habitats? This is more of a sort of a political strategic multiplier that we can apply through our local plan policy or through the LNRS as it comes through. When looking at creating habitats, again, this multiplier depends on how far away your created habitat is. Is it within the LPA boundary or the same national character area? Is it outside? Is it next door? Is it one or the other? So there's a couple of different ways those multipliers can work within the algorithm. Next slide, please, John. There are, of course, exemptions from mandatory biodiversity net gain. These look at permitted developments and urgent crown developments, sites with exclusively sealed surface. Now, this basically means that it scores 0 in the algorithm, and 10% of 0 is 0. So they effectively are exempt from 10% minimum. Impacting areas below the de minimis threshold, so that's 25 square meters of area, so grassland or woodland, or 5 meters of linear habitats, that's riverbank habitat or hedgerow habitat, all three separately measured separately. Householder applications are exempt, and small scale self-build or custom build houses are also exempt. We were not given the definition of what small scale was until November this year. Small scale is now 9 or below units. And also biodiversity net gain sites themselves. So where we are, there is a change of use, for example, from agricultural land to a biodiversity net gain site. Those sites are also technically exempt from biodiversity net gain, although they are obviously providing a very large amount. Next slide, please, John. We have some both national and local policy, which has been helping us along the way. So John mentioned the MPPF earlier on. This was up until 2018 only relying on no net loss, which again was very difficult to measure. It wasn't really, there was no quantitative way of which that was asked to be measured. Then in 2021, we had the Environment Act, which brought forward the mandatory 10% biodiversity net gain, which we are now working with. That was sealed in with secondary legislation at the beginning of this year. Locally, we have our biodiversity supplementary planning document, which we brought forward jointly between both districts in 2021. We have our developing local plan, which is looking and trying to seek out whether or not that 20% net gain is feasible. And I believe in the city, you also have your biodiversity strategy, which I know Guy has been working on very hard. Next slide, please. And obviously, the elected members are very important in this process as well, because you have to look at these applications at planning committee. Now, biodiversity net gain must be a minimum of 10%. Now, if it is below 10%, this technically should have been invalidated before the application even came to officers, let alone to planning committee. But there are some exceptions, especially in things like outline applications. So again, it's a little bit of a variation that you must be aware of. We have to check that the mitigation hierarchy has been used, that we've looked on site first, really, that all potential biodiversity on site has been found. The smaller the site is, the harder that is going to become. The larger the site, the more public open space, the easier that becomes. If they do have to provide biodiversity again off-site, where will it be provided? How will that be secured? And also where they are providing those biodiversity again habitats, whether they are realistic and deliverable, whether they're trying to provide high condition calcareous grassland in the middle of a playing field is not a realistic prospect. So we have to make sure that what is being provided is realistic and can be delivered. Next slide, please, John. We're then looking at how we secure biodiversity net gain. First and foremost, within the red line boundary, we're likely to be securing it through a pre-commencement planning condition. So this would require applicants to provide their final biodiversity net gain plans, plus if they are purchasing units from off-site, they would have to provide the proof of purchase effectively of those units, the agreement or whatever, to us to make sure that those units have been sought. A second way of doing that would be through a Section 106 agreement. We have several Section 106 agreements with developers for on-site applications of on-site biodiversity net gain as well. We look for places like Girton College, or I'm trying to think of somewhere else. The Granta Research Park as well have Section 106 for within site biodiversity net gain. We also have off-site biodiversity net gain Section 106 agreements with places like Lower Valley Farm. And finally, there is what is called a conservation covenant. So this is a mechanism that has been brought forward through the Environment Act, whereas a body, not necessarily an LPA, can become a responsible body through application to DEFRA, and they will hold the legal agreement for the delivery of biodiversity net gain on that land. So it is like a Section 106, but the responsible body does not have to be an LPA. LPAs can apply to become a responsible body, but they don't have to be. It's not a case that you can incorporate a company on a Tuesday and become a responsible body on a Wednesday. You have to show a proven track record of working with nature or working in environmental services to show that you have that application, you can do it. So there are a few caveats to becoming a responsible body. Next slide, please, John. One of the things we have to look for is how we are going to monitor biodiversity net gain. It must be monitored over a 30-year period to make sure that those habitats have been created in the way that they were told they should be, which means that we have to regularly collect monitoring data for all those sites. Whoever holds the agreement is responsible for monitoring. What we should mention at this point in time is that Natural England will have no enforcement powers on this. They will hold the National Register for off-site biodiversity net gain, but they will have no enforcement. So whoever holds that legal agreement will be the enforcer on those sites. So if things fall foul, we will have to work out how we work through that process. Next slide, please, John. Some of the things that we are considering at the moment is how much we should charge developers or habitat bank providers for monitoring. We are trying to make sure that we are covering all of our costs so that any additional resources that are required, whether it's officer time for myself or my team, or through enforcement or through planning officers or Section 106 officers, is covered by that fee. How often we need to collect those that monitoring data to make sure that the habitats are progressing the right way. And how do we collect that monitoring data? Do we require a PDF from every single provider to be sent to us every year, or do we find a smarter way of doing that? So these are the questions we are asking ourselves at the moment and that we're trying to work through. Next question, please, John. Next slide, please, John. But in essence, biodiversity net gain is a very significant new legislation. It does change the game. It does mean that the developers have to assess their biodiversity on site before they make their plans. They have to look on site first. So hopefully this means there is going to be some kind of sea change in the way that development goes forward, and we hopefully get more green sites within development as well. That's hope. That's the hope. So yeah, thank you very much. I think that's just the last slide is just questions, I think, John.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm sure it will throw up a few questions. I've said to officers I want to be done by 11 o'clock at the latest, perhaps including a short break. So over to you, Councillors. Councillor Thornborough.
Thank you very much, John. I've seen some of this presentation before, but I learn every time I see it. So I've got some questions. So one is, will committee members be able to see how the net gain is being delivered? So could we go to, if there is a site for off-site BNG, can we go and see it early to see where there's very little BNG and actually to understand how the BNG is invested in these and what's going to happen? So could we maybe do an annual visit? And I also think that the developers might be interested. I know one comment from developers who put money into public art is, where does our money go to? So I think if they're doing this, I'd like to see the benefits of how their contributions towards BNG. One site on the map that you showed, John, was a site. It was a privately owned place. I think it was the furthest southeast. How does that not cause a conflict of interest if it's a private? What does the owner get a benefit from all of this investment? When you choose the off-site locations, do you take into account pesticide use that might be around nearby that's being used in farming that we know has some severe detrimental effects on bees and things like that? So would that be taken into account? We don't want to invest something that might be affected by something around that location. Sorry, it's a lot of questions. And then the other point that I think this committee was raised before was on-site versus off-site. So if there was a site where it was all the investment on BNG is on-site, so the site gains 10% BNG, and then in 20 years it's redeveloped, then all of that additional biodiversity would have to be taken into account for the next development, which would be another 10% on something that's been improved. But if the BNG is all off-site, my understanding is that when the first site is redeveloped in 20 years, that the off-site BNG is excluded from the increase in the BNG. So this is a huge argument for keeping it on-site because it will be net gain on net gain on net gain. Sorry. And then finally, what about the soil on the site? We know soil is incredibly important and there's a huge amount of BNG in soil. Are soil tests done and included in the calculations? Thanks.
Okay, thanks, councillor. That's quite a few questions. I think I'll go back to officers. Just before you answer Councillor Thornborough's questions, can you tell us, especially for residents, what BNG or biodiversity net gain is? So define it. And also, can you explain what LPA is, please? Thank you.
Apologies there. I thought that was my second slide, but I will try and explain.
Because I missed it, sorry.
No, not at all. I could actually. I can zoom back to the slide. Oh dear, lots and lots and lots going on. So, biodiversity net gain is an approach to development that seeks to go further. In the past, when development has taken place, we have sought to, the standard model has been to replace what's been lost. Net gain does essentially what it says on the tin. It intends to gain and therefore go beyond what is lost. So biodiversity net gain seeks to replace or enhance above what was lost to the baseline as a function of that development.
Thanks, John. Sorry I missed it. So it's like more trees and flowers and plants and things on the site that wasn't there before. So just to be absolutely clear. Thanks.
Essentially,
Thank
we're
you.
talking about habitats, and of course, habitats are where our species live. So the idea is we replace the habitats and therefore provide a home to the birds and the bees and the water voles and whatever it is that we're trying to replace. And your second question, again, apologies, LPA stands for Local Planning Authority. The Local Planning Authority in Greater Cambridge is made up of the City of Cambridge and the District of South Cambridgeshire District Council. That's the LPA. Councillor Thornborough, I'll now have a go at your questions, and I might indeed use some of my my colleagues here. So the first couple of questions about members going to sites. Absolutely, we plan this summer to, once we've got dates, once we can finalise dates, to take any interested members out to these sites. It won't just be Lower Valley Farm. The Wildlife Trust have sites out there in the district, and others are coming forward. So we anticipate putting together, with the help of colleagues, some day trips, if you like, so that you can see what's going on. And of course, what you'll see is very early works. And I'm hoping, because we've already been out to Lower Valley Farm, that you'll have an explanation of what's going on, how it's going to work, how it's being monitored. Our ecologists will no doubt come with us, and you can have a full explanation. So that's absolutely planned. And of course, your second point about developers, a great idea, I think. Wouldn't it be nice if we could indeed bring them along and show them where that money is going to be invested and how it's going to make a material difference to enhancing our local biodiversity. I believe your third question was about private land. So privately owned land, I think providers coming forward, whether it's the county council, whether it's the Wildlife Trust, whether it's a landowner that happens to have 40 hectares of land, I think the regs are blind to that. If they're doing the right thing on that land, they're following the regulations, they're undertaking their monitoring, they're providing the local planning authority those monitoring reports on an annual basis. It really doesn't matter. In terms of conflict of interest, I would scratch my head on that. I'm not quite sure. There may be clear conflicts of interest in some cases, but if it's someone coming forward with some land, we view that from the perspective of, is it an appropriate location for that biodiversity? Can they create the biodiversity that they're suggesting on that land? I think as Dan said earlier, are they looking to create, a chalk grassland on a recreational playing field? So all of those things would be considered. Your next two questions, the first one was pesticides taken into account, and I believe investment on site in 20 years. I'm going to ask our ecologists online to take those questions because they could probably do a better job. I'm not sure whether we want to ask Dan or Guy or which one of those chaps. You want to put your hands up? Okay, So Guy, do you want to take a shot at that question?
Thank you, John. Morning, councillors. I'm Guy Belcher, the Biodiversity Officer for Cambridge City Council. I work in city services, managing some of our sites, but also give technical advice to the planning service. Councillor Thornborough, on the, probably not in order, but on the soils on site, they're not specifically looked at, no. However, all habitats are dependent on soil type, and to sort of create a good habitat would require that soil to be in good condition, but it takes many years to do that. But we'd expect a biodiversity net gain plan to be looking at getting those habitats to a better condition, which would invariably mean improving soils. Also on the pesticide use, I think that really comes down to the question of scale and why they're sort of setting this minimum 40 hectares for decent off-site biodiversity net gain sites, because that provides an appropriate buffer for agricultural drift. The majority of our habitats, are surrounded by arable land, so that is an intrinsic risk. So again, doing things on scale rather than small, disparate sites does effectively buffer against that risk. Dan, I don't suppose I could pass to you for the on-site, off-site question.
No problem, Guy. I think there's, I mean, it is a complicated question. I can understand where you're coming from. So the mechanics of it would be is that within 20 years, the site that you are looking at already has a much higher biodiversity value. Therefore, to provide an even higher biodiversity value on a redeveloped site, the biodiversity net gain would essentially cost a lot more to do. So the viability would be a question in my first thoughts. In terms of the off-site biodiversity net gain, the habitat has already been created. Therefore, if a new development comes across, we have a blank slate almost. That blank slate that baseline becomes the higher level that has been achieved on site. And if they then have to provide more, then they will have to buy additional units from off-site if that is the way they're going to do it. So I think it is a stacking system. So you're mounting on top of it. I don't think the units that have already been bought would count in that case, because there's a new baseline measured when the new development goes through. I think that's right. I hope that's answered your question.
Chair, can I come back?
Can you finish answering Katie's questions? Or
I was also just going to add to that, if I may, is that obviously you're suggesting us looking at what happens on-site versus off-site. If it can happen on-site, it should be happening on-site in the first place. So that's a fundamental principle. So it's not a choice necessarily that anybody can have. You've heard about the mitigations. If it can happen on-site, that's where it stops. If it can be done. And so that's what your officers are looking to achieve. And I'm sure members will be expecting that of us. So that's always the starting point. There isn't a choice of, a little bit here, a little bit. If it can be done on site, it will absolutely be done on site, and therefore, absolutely, the scenario you're painting would stay the same.
Thanks very much. So maybe you come back then, Councillor Thornborough.
So am I right? So if you could only do 50% on site and so you have 50% off site, and then in 20 years you wanted to redevelop the site, the net gain for the developed site would only take into account the 50% that's been increased on the site. The off-site is excluded from further calculations for what needs to be provided. So basically, if you have a site and you have like 100% on site, and then in 20 years you need to increase it, you increase this 100% that's been developed on site. But if you have a site where you do 100% off site, when you redevelop, all of the off site is excluded from the calculations for going forward. Is that just in our mind, so we know what's what?
So just before you answer that, John, can I just say for residents, so many people don't understand percentages at all, but you've talked about a percentage of a percentage, Councillor Thornborough. So what Councillor Thornborough is referring to is when she says 100%, you mean all of the stuff on one site. You mean all of the trees or whatever on one site and a percentage of that. So just to be clear, we're not talking about 100% net gain or increase. So thanks. John, over to you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify again and maybe take a tiny step backwards, which is when we're talking about biodiversity net gain, of course, we have to remember that all of the usual green infrastructure, landscape policies, all the stuff that gives you your amenity grassland, your trees, your soft edges, the kinds of stuff that make a place pleasant to live in, are already being undertaken. Biodiversity net gain goes above and beyond. It's specifically for biodiversity, and it seeks to create habitats where species can thrive, which is why it's so challenging to do on site. And in fact, I've said this before, but the smaller your development footprint, the more challenging it is to develop or deliver any kind of meaningful biodiversity. This is why we have thought very carefully about the off-site options. I'm not answering your question though. Yeah, I think the answer to your question is that Dan's already said it, that any on-site biodiversity gains after 20 years will be so good, we would hope, if they've been done properly, that redeveloping that site would cost an enormous amount of money for a developer to then go, would it be 10%? It might be 20% above that existing baseline. So it would act as a huge barrier to viability for that site being developed. So I mean, it's a hypothetical, but I think it's an unlikely hypothetical in terms of the on-site. Of course, I don't have a crystal ball, but this is the point, and I guess we can reflect on the off-site as well. After 30 years, after 20 years, those sites are going to be, well, in such good shape for biodiversity. There's very, very little possibility that they would be developed, sold off for whatever. And I think, as I've alluded to in the past, we already have existing county wildlife sites out there in the district which are in very, very poor condition. Very poor condition. They've not had investment. They've not been, for whatever reason, been loved and looked after. What we're talking about now are sites which are going to be invested in, monitored, measured, reported on every year for 30 years. We're going to have some very, very nice sites in 30 years. So trying to imagine that after that time period, they're somehow all going to sort of, be developed or die off is very, very hard to imagine.
Right, thanks, John. That'll do. So, I mean, we can't foresee the future, I don't think. I mean, national planning policy framework can change from day to day. Governments change, legislation changes. So let's stick to here and now. Had all Councillor Thornborough's questions been answered?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Right, Councillor Cora, please. Okay, Councillor Bennett, whichever. Yeah, Councillor Bennett first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you also, Katie, for allowing me to go first because I wasn't at joint and didn't have an opportunity to put questions there. I have 3 questions. The first is, if we have a situation where a developer has overdeveloped their site and their plans such that they cannot do on-site BNG, do we have any freedom to redesign that scheme or reject that scheme because they have taken a design choice that means they cannot do on-site BNG? That's question 1. Question 2 is that residents are very concerned about retaining some of the other benefits of vegetation, which is its role in natural flood resilience and also in mitigating against the urban heat island effect. Clearly, an off-site BNG gain in West Ratting is not going to help worried residents in Riverside who are concerned about flooding, or Petersfield residents who are concerned about urban heat island impact. Is there anything we can do as a local planning authority to encourage developers to plan their BNG work so that it also has a positive impact on urban heat island, and flood resilience, or do we have to follow the central government rules slavishly? Sorry, that took me quite a long time to get to the end of question 2. And question 3 is, what should we be doing as a local planning authority to incentivise developers to go beyond the minimum 10%? And the reason why I asked that question is I was told a horrible story about a developer whose first proposal would have actually provided round about 15 or 16% BNG, who then cut back the BNG provision to 10% because that was all they had to do. And this is not behaviour I want to see as a planning committee councillor. Thank you. And I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
thanks.
those are quite long questions.
Thank you, councillor. Thank you. Yeah, let's do them then, please, John.
Make a start.
Okay.
First question, overdevelopment. I suppose that one thing we want to emphasise is this is simply another tool you have, members. It's not the only tool. So you've got a huge number of policies in the local plan already. So if things are overdevelopment, we need to think about the character of the area, you need to think about tree cover, all of those things. You've got existing policies. So this is over and above that. So actually, even if you didn't have biodiversity net gain coming in, things like overdevelopment are still going to be material considerations. You're used to doing and considering applications on those very natures. So actually, in some respects, nothing changes in that regard. This is just another tool specifically to look at nature. So I don't think we are, as officers are concerned. And in fact, I mean, we are looking. So we have got some sites where, dare I say it, developers might perhaps underdevelop sites. You know, if they want to don't minimise that 10, there's a policy that requires if you go 10 and above, you have to do affordable housing and all the other things. So some developers are doing, you know, yes, they're designing it in a particular way. We will be looking, and our ecologists are looking at planning applications to make sure they're making the best of the site, be it to do with character or be it B&G. So that's what your officers are here to do. So hopefully answering your first point. Mitigation in relation to, again, I suppose your second point in relation to heat island effects, flooding, etc. Again, it's a similar sort of answer from myself, unless anybody else wants to chip in. But you know, we have those are all considerations that we have. B&G is but one, but we are simply, you know, we've got the sustainability officers that are looking at things like heat island and giving developers advice. I suppose getting in very early on with pre-apps and the conversations you have as members and our officers have, is making clear what your aspirations are. So yes, they can do 10%. The good developers out there will want to do more and have been doing more for quite some time. And if they can, we will be encouraging that. I'm sure you will be at your pre-application meetings and when you're involved in surgeries or development control forms and the like. And we as officers are very clear what your aspirations are. We hope most developers won't go down. If they can do more, they will do more. Getting them involved early in engagement on all sorts of issues, be it B&G or in community engagement, and actually understanding what local communities want from developments is really important. So again, we've got to continue to do that, continue to have those conversations, but you've got the existing policies to help with heat island, tree retention, etc. And officers are there looking at that. So when we're looking at those original, you know, baseline surveys that come in, we will be looking to keep trees on site wherever possible, etc. So we will continue to do that. Incentivising 10%. I'm not sure there's anything we can at the moment incentivise. We can have conversations and discuss and negotiate. Obviously, John mentioned earlier, through our next local plan, we are doing work in that regard. We're looking at that evidence base. We will have to have an evidence base to go beyond the national standard of 10%, and your officers are working on that at the moment. We can ask for that, and that will be part of the basket of asks we have when we look to negotiate and get involved in those early pre-app discussions.
Thank you. Councillor Corling.
Thank you. Councillor Porras very kindly offering to let me go first because she was at JDCC. Thanks very much. This has been a really interesting presentation. And I'm glad that Councillor Smart sort of asked for a bit more detail earlier on about the definition of biodiversity because it is something that we struggle to articulate a lot to residents, especially given when you look this sort of thing up, you get the very sort of purist biologist definition that I'm used to because that's kind of my area of work. Rather than the planning focused one, we get the one out specifically, you know, what it means about the diversity of species in an area, so it makes it a lot more complicated. And I think the point Councillor Thornborough raised about conflicts of interest was quite important as well, because in my mind, there is a bit of an issue there around, you could have a private landowner that sells lots of BNG credits, develops some really great, biodiverse areas, and then says, right, I'm going to charge for access to that now. We'll make that into a nice privatised public area that people need to pay to get into. You can imagine all sorts of scenarios that may be of concern to us, though obviously it's very hypothetical and unlikely in practice. In relation to sort of questions and points, I was interested at the end of the sort of things to think about that I think Daniel brought up, and I would perhaps advise you have a look at what we've done at the City Council recently in terms of our new play area strategy, which may seem like a weird thing to say, but I'm talking about the kind of question you asked about, hundreds of PDFs versus a smarter system. We brought in a new system more recently to track the quality and provision of different play areas in the city using an online system that kind of can see them over time, and it's working really, really well. And I might just suggest that there might be some transferable learnings that we've made there that could be worth looking into. I wanted to ask for views about the percentage metric, because it does mean, of course, that sites that are already very biodiverse have a higher requirement to deliver more additional biodiversity, which is a good thing, but then it also means that sites without a great deal don't have to provide a great deal. And I wondered if it might be possible for us to look in the emerging local plan of introducing some kind of floor measurement where we basically say, basically to cover those sealed sites, where you say it has to be 10% or X number of habitat units, whichever is higher. And I don't know whether that's something that we could legally explore, so potentially, basically to try and capture those sealed sites. And you would set a very reasonable number. You wouldn't require most developments to go above and beyond 10% through that, but just something to think about. And my other question was in relation to off-site habitat provision, in that I think there was a point raised in the presentation about habitat, about the 10% gain having to be almost applicable to different habitat units. So if you had two different types of habitat on an application site, you'd want to see a 10% increase in both separately. And that just got me thinking of, when we're talking about off-site provision, do you have to have like-for-like habitat replacement? Or could we perhaps say maybe there's some species that really needs new habitat provision that benefits from larger areas, so we could instead use some of the off-site BNG funding to fund some of that in one of these larger areas? Hopefully articulated that okay.
Thanks, Councillor. Mostly not questions, but any answers or comments?
Yes, absolutely. I'll keep it brief. Conflict of interest, pay to get into sites. The first of these sites that we've set up with Low Valley Farm, it's a county farm. They're very much of the view that they want the public to come and have access. It's close, or it's actually proximate to the Roman Road, Wandlebury. We have not had any indication that providers are against people coming, except if they're going to come and trample the bluebells and bring their dogs and cats and everything, footballs and everything else. So obviously there's a balance there, but I don't think for 1 minute these sites are going to be fenced off and sort of behind paywalls. That's not the sense. I would say it's early days though, and so we just have to see how that develops. Good point though. Systems, we've just purchased a bespoke system to track and monitor biodiversity net gain, had some training on that. And the ecologists have access, they're the ones that are going to be driving it. So we're well on top of the systems, percentage metric and local plan policies. I'm not sure what we can do with local plan other than it's being developed at the moment. It's still a couple of years out, and I'm sure there will be opportunities to factor in all kinds of things that go above and beyond the 10% net gain that's mandatory in the existing Environment Act. And then for different types of habitat, I will defer to my ecology colleagues. I'm not sure which one of you wants to take this question, but you're better placed to answer it. Is it Dan? Off you go.
Yeah, I can answer that question. So within the metric, there exists what are called trading rules. So this means that a habitat that is lost can only be replaced by a habitat of equal or higher distinctiveness. So I talked about distinctiveness, whether it is, as a low level of distinctiveness, it's a piece of amenity grassland, or a high level of distinctiveness, it's a wet woodland. The habitat that replaces those lost can only be equal or higher than what is lost. So there is already an inbuilt trading system within the metric that makes sure that we don't what would be called greenwash sites. So you can't lose, say, 1 hectare of wet woodland and create 9 hectares of amenable grassland to compensate for that loss. So it is already inbuilt within the metric. So when you are buying off site, that metric has to be satisfied in the fact that you are buying the correct units of the correct habitat being made. So each of those providers will be creating a variety of habitats within those banks to account for all of the different distinctiveness levels that could be lost. So everything from scrub to woodland to calcareous grassland or other neutral grassland in quite a lot of cases. So hopefully the trading system is already built in, and that I'm hoping answers your question.
Okay, John? Yep. Thanks, officers. Okay, Councillor Pora, thanks for waiting.
No problem. I'll just ask a couple, because I did raise some at JDCC on different issues. This, to me, it really means that outline will have to be really, really clear when we do an outline permission, that we have conditions that encompass any future changes. Otherwise, we'll have reserve matters coming in 5 years down the line, and we'll get caught out, which we've seen happen. I think we do definitely need very regular officer updates, because we as a committee will be finding our feet, as will officers. We need to know where we've done good things or bad things. Question, one of the advantages of S106 is it attaches to the local area, so you can kind of say to your resident, that build here paid for this park here. So are we, particularly in the city, able to indicate that we would prefer the BNG to be nearby? I mean, obviously, I appreciate we don't have city sites at the moment, but I think there is a real benefit for the residents to see that happening. You know, and rather than being, oh, we're going to buy it elsewhere or miles away. I know you say it does incentivise being nearer, but I would wonder if we could even give kind of a hierarchy of where we think is good. My biggest concern, though, is paragraph 3.13, which I raised before. So this basically says that any private garden is only grass. So if I concrete over half my garden and then plant 50 trees, none of those trees count. I have to buy it off-site. And this is, for us in the city, I think going to mean that officers and us need to be completely changed the way we look at backland development, for example. So we've relied very heavily previously. If you build a big extension, a big new house, and we say we can't get B&G on site, that house is too big. Actually, this legislation has to just buy off site. So, and I personally feel we haven't previously given enough weight to like the scale, the massing, the amenity, the conservation area, the greenery. So I'm thinking of a few we've done in the more verdant ward, where we've rejected on BNG grounds, whereas now we can't do that. And I think I have a concern particularly for those that are in the pipeline in the last year, where these have been assessed under the old BNG. If these come forward saying, oh, well, the BNG is off-site, so it's fine, I think officers need to be very, very robust in engaging those other policies that Jane talked about, because if they don't, and if we don't, and my feeling is inspectors haven't given a huge amount of weight to some of those concerns, like this idea that if the area is already very green and lovely, if you put your trees elsewhere, it will damage the character of the area. I always feel to me, it feels always a slightly weaker reason than some of the BNG ones. And I'm genuinely concerned in a city where we are so vegetatively poor, as you might say, particularly in some of the, like Petersfield Ward, everyone says that's got the least green. You know, anyone making a development in their back garden now will now have no reason to put trees in because they get no credit for it. It'll cost them money to do that. So I suppose it's just to ask Toby and officer colleagues to please consider that now, particularly for the ones that are halfway through being written up, because that really causes me concern that we could end up with all our biodiversity going out of the city and into the county, which is great on the bigger sites. But for small sites, this seems a perverse incentive to remove all your trees and not replace them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Officers.
Okay, so very briefly, conscious of time, I would remind Councillor Pora that you have policy 68, open space and recreation, policy 59, landscape and the public. I won't go through them. You've got a huge tranche of existing landscape policies upon which main conditions for hard and soft landscaping will be hung. I think in terms of the specific question about back gardens and how they're being dealt with differently, we do keep hearing about this. I do wonder if I can ask Guy, not to put you on the spot, Guy, but as the city ecologist, if you have a particular view on the particular conditions within the city and the fact that back gardens are essentially not counted as anything other than vegetated gardens for the metric.
Thanks, John. Yes, I agree with Councillor Pora. It's certainly a frustration, the paragraph 3.13, and that we haven't got it as an additional sort of policy driver. But we still have the mitigation hierarchy. B&G is just one element, a new tool for us to use. And so we should be looking to seek to retain tree and vegetation cover where we can. And I guess it is about us as officers and as a committee being strong on that to retain these sort of green corridors, which are not going to necessarily be seen as strategic within a true biodiversity net gain sense, but within a very dense urban environment, any vegetation is sort of strategic. So yeah, it's not the system we have is not perfect at the moment for really sort of dense urban areas.
I think the other thing perhaps just say is that obviously this is still quite new, it's in transition really, so DEFRA are also asking for feedback as to how we're implementing, and there will be lessons learned as we go back, which we can feed back as local authorities as well, so there's that to bear in mind. I think the other thing to say in Cambridge, I mean, Guy's on the call, but he's ensuring, he and his team are ensuring that there are baseline surveys being done of all the area and the land that you own as a city council. So, you know, with a view to actually being available for biodiversity net gain in the future. So there will be further opportunities coming. We're in discussions with the university. There'll always be, and it's still quite early days, although it's quite big the changes. So although you've seen a map where there's an awful lot happening in South Cambs, there will be more coming in the city. We can't direct people where they buy their offsite. However, if opportunities are available, they can be referred to in particular ways, and particularly, you know, as a city council corporately, you know, meeting your corporate objectives, you can explain that, you know, but planning, technically, we can't direct people. So just be clear, but there will be further opportunities coming.
Thank you, officers. I see another hand up. I'll go next. We'll go a little bit later, I think, after 11, and then we'll have a 5-minute break. So my mostly comments rather than questions, so relax, officers. So I just thought gain for who? I suppose it's the planet and people, probably both. In terms of, I try not to repeat what other people have said, but in terms of putting stuff somewhere else, that's more to do with the planet, I guess, than people really, especially if it's on private land that not many people have access to. That's my concern on that, that's already been mentioned. But in terms of people, I think that relates to LPA, Local Planning Authority. So we have a joint planning authority with South Cambridgeshire, and this is a city planning committee. I would want our trees and things to go in our city. I wouldn't want them miles away in South Cambridgeshire. I would want our people to enjoy the benefit of all of that next to them, not far away. That seems just hopeless bureaucracy, really. I think it needs to be next to us so that we can enjoy it. So that's a thought. In terms of what I just said about the gain, I mean, it's a net loss on the balance sheet for developers. It's a shame that we can't organise a system whereby they feel they've gained rather than feeling they're losing. And we get the situation as we've had in this committee where developers come forward and we get questions allegedly about developers destroying biodiversity on their sites before the measure is made, so that it seems that there's less there than there actually was, and we can't often argue with that. I find the zero a difficult one to deal with, so that when there's no biodiversity on site, say it's just a solid patch of concrete, that then we can't get any addition. It feels to me like, shouldn't we have a local policy which is an adjunct to this national legislation, that we want something everywhere, not just nothing somewhere, which seems to be the case on those sites. The thing that I think Councillor Thornborough referred to in terms of the gain over the years, it's compound interest, isn't it, really? So we're going to get gain on gain, and potentially you won't have any buildings on any sites if you go far enough into the future. There'll just be trees and things. So I don't know quite how that'll pan out. And finally, my final point is the bottom line. So you said, officers, you said, we are trying to lower costs. I don't like the word trying, personally. I think we should be lowering costs, getting the costs back from developers. So I would want you to use zero-cost accounting, and I would want you to, you said you purchased a system. I want all costs of officer time, everything, to be calculated so we get everything back from developers. We don't need to make a profit, but we do want to get everything back that it's cost us as a planning authority. Thank you. Councillor Levine.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm aware of the time, so I'll be brief. This is my second time through because I was at JDCC last week, and I have to say it was well worth going through it a second time. Thank you very much. I just had one question. How do you measure 10%? Am I repeating Councillor Carling's question? How do you measure 10% and who decides? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. The 10% is measured using the biodiversity metric. That's something that our trained ecologists, who are competent people, that's something that the government make very clear, that if you're going to use this biodiversity metric, it has to be used by a competent person. A competent person is someone who's a trained ecologist, who has that experience, have that knowledge to go out into the field and make the determination. But in terms of how is it measured, we, as a function of this process, will be getting reports and on the providers on how that habitat is increasing over years and how it will get to, eventually, after 30 years, the climax habitat that they have suggested in their calculations for 10% or more. I've probably completely messed that up, so I'll again look to my technical specialist, and I don't know whether Guy or Dan, one of you, wants to do a better job of what I've just destroyed there.
Okay, I'll give it a go. I think essentially you're asking how is the 10% calculated? So essentially the ecologist will go on site, they will look at the habitats, and they will assess the habitats using what is called the UK habitat categorization system. So this is a way of assessing how good that particular habitat is, what that habitat is in the first place. Is it other neutral grassland? Is it calcareous grassland? Is it shrub-like? Is it heather? There's lots of different sort of categorizations that you can use, and ecologists are trained to be able to do this. Their botany skills are at a point where they are able to identify the species that are required, and they look for the condition assessment of that habitat. That habitat is then given a score through the multipliers within the metric, and those scores are accumulated for the entire habitat itself, and then you reach the number of units that habitat is worth. You then look at your what we call post-intervention habitats. What happens after the development? How much of it will become sealed surface? How much of it will become buildings? What will happen to those habitats? Will they be transformed into something else? Will they be enhanced as a natural habitat? And then those calculations are scored, are added up as well. Then the difference between those two is your loss. Essentially, what is the difference in units? So you started with 10, you've ended up with 5. You've lost 5 units. The 10% is the 10% of those 5 units. So you will be required to provide 5.5 units of biodiversity net gain, either on-site or by buying off-site. I hope that answers your question. I think that was the basis of it.
Okay, Councillor Levine, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Very good question. To end on, I think we have ended. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks so much. Very good presentation. Thanks. Excellent officers. Good presentation. Jane, John, Dan, and Guy. Thank you very much. So let's have a 5-minute break now before we get on with planning items. So come back at 11:15, please, at the latest. Thank you. Okay, the meeting's now live. Welcome back, everyone, to planning after a short break. We had a briefing first. So the first item of the day, planning item, is Netherall Farm. The officer is Kate, and we've got two speakers, Noah, who's an objector, and Simon, who's speaking on behalf of the applicant. So, Kate, when you're ready to present it then, please.
Right, thank you. First of all, I'd just like to do a little bit of updating. I have some updating with regard to the discharge of condition 14, which relates to artificial lighting. As requested by the Council's Environmental Health Officer, the applicant has agreed to use Environmental Zone 2 lighting rather than Zone 3. Condition 14 is therefore recommended for discharge. In addition to this, I would recommend...
Just hang on a minute, Kate, because we've lost the picture. Oh, it's come back again now, I think. Yep. Okay, carry on. Sorry for interrupting.
In addition to this, I would recommend an additional informative that the discharge of this condition is without prejudice to any Section 38 agreement with the Highway Authority. Also, of course, the documents submitted with regard to the Environmental Zone 2 needs to be included on the schedule of drawings and documents to be approved. Also, since writing the report, several applications have been received to discharge mostly pre-commencement conditions of the outline permission, and they're all pending a decision. Now I shall move on to the presentation, but before I do that, I've got a short introduction. This is a reserved matters application. It follows an earlier grant of outline permission. The outline permission included the means of access, so this is not under consideration today. For clarification, the means of access covers accessibility of all routes to and within the site, as well as the way they link up to other roads and pathways outside the site, and that's from the planning portal. The reserved matters that are under consideration today relate to the layout, scale, appearance and landscaping of the development. The application also includes the discharge of several outline conditions. Now, I should just share my screen with you. Right. Now, the application is located within the Cambridge Local Plan. It is allocated within the Cambridge Local Plan 2018, and it's referred to as GB1. Now, I'll just get my... there we go, so I can point things out to you. Here we are. So it's this site here. It lies north of the GB2 site, which has outline planning permission, and two of the zones, two of the phases have got detailed permission. Also, other areas to note is we have the biomedical campus over here. We have the Babram Park and Ride over here. Waltz Causeway runs along here between the two GB sites. We have got Almoners Avenue over here, and Beaumont Road runs along to the north. And the green area is the green belt.
Hang on a minute, Kate. Problems? What's that, Kate, Councillor?
Oh.
Yeah, good point.
Yes.
Can you do that, Kate?
Yes, my apologies. I'm sharing the wrong screen with you. Let me see how I can swap that over. If I just end the slideshow and try again. No. My apologies. I will get it right presently. No, that's definitely the wrong one.
So if you want to, which screen is it that you want to share?
I want to share this, well, actually, I want to share the screen that's over there rather than my laptop screen.
So
So sharing is, sharing there. My apologies for that.
Thanks for pointing that out, councillor. Thanks, Chris, for your help. Okay, when you're ready then, let's go, Kate.
Right. Okay, do you want me to run through this slide again, or shall I move on?
I think we just carry on. That's
Okay,
fine.
thank you. Right, this is a figure from the local plan. It shows the green edge to the green belt boundary, coming along here, green swathe. It's a landscape buffers with existing housing over here. Drainage work is required to the north, and the county wildlife site is noted here in the hatched area. Slide. This is the outline planning permission. It was granted for 200 dwellings in January 2022. This is the approved land use parameter plan. And if I just get my pointer. Right,
Kate, sorry to interrupt again. Let's get the laser pointer up, okay?
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it.
Oh, you got it, thank you.
Yeah, got the laser pointer. This is the vehicular access from Walks Causeway into the site. It shows a principal street that comes northwards and then ends in a loop. We have various other tertiary streets that come off that. We have here a local equipped area of play, and also we have some sods, drainage areas, and a pumping station up to the north of the site. I could just go over to the next slide. Now, this is the building heights parameter plan, and the pale yellow is 2-storey. The mid-orange colour is 9 metre height, is 11.5 metre high, 2.5 storey, and then the dark orange is 12 metres maximum height, 3 storey, and the proposed scheme is in compliance with this. Then on to this slide. This is a coloured up master plan of the proposed scheme. And you can see here we have the principal street running up through the site and then coming round in a loop at the top. We also have a road that comes in here and leads to what's called the farmstead area, and these are mostly apartments with some mews housing along here. And then we have over to the east of the site is the 30-metre green buffer, which there is a path and cycleway running through there. And the houses facing onto here are quite loose-knit, larger properties. For the principal street, on the east side of it, the houses face onto the road and then onto the west. Some of them face on the road, some of them are end-on. We have a green area that runs through the centre of the site, and to the east here is a local equipped area of play, and then we have a local area of play, smaller one here, and then a second local area of play down in the south here. We have a emergency access can run up through here. Now, this is the Netherhall Farm, the existing buildings, which are mostly in residential use. We have the properties in Waltz Causeway here. This is number 30. This is number 31 Waltz Causeway, which is closest to the site. We have Almeners Avenue up here, and then the properties in Beaumont Road have the long rear gardens backing onto the site. We'll move on to the next slide. This is a tenure plan. So the red are for market houses and flats for sale. The orange are affordable rent. The yellow for social rent, and the blue is shared ownership. Now, this is the cycle strategy. It's not that easy to see because it's pale blue, but I shall try and zoom in, which will make it easier. Right, these blue lines are shared cycleways and footpaths. There are a lot of them about the site. We've got a path here that runs parallel with the principal street. We have an all-important route that runs to the south of the site over here and then comes up and joins up with Waltz Causeway. There is an intention to provide an additional widening of the path along here as an agreement with the Highway Authority for a 3-metre wide shared cycleway footpath that will then lead on to Field Avenue. Cycleway running up and around, creating a western path. And then we have lots of routes throughout the site. We have shared surfaces. So the dotted lines are shared surfaces. And then to the north of the site, we have the cycleway then finishes at the end, and any cyclist would cycle on the carriageway here. But of course, at this end of the site, there would be very little traffic there. And then, of course, we have a meandering cycleway that runs pleasantly through the eastern edge of the site back down. I shall move on to the next slide. This is cycle parking. It's just an example of cycle parking. It's provided in various ways. So the cycle parking areas are in purple, and as you can see here, is provided to the front of the site and close to the western cycleway footpath. The same here. Some of the provision will be behind the parking spaces so that cyclists will then gain access to the side. There's a 1 metre gap there, and then of course the car wouldn't actually be at the full width of a cycle space, so there'd be a bit more than 1 metre to get a bike through. Over here, it's a bit blurred, but we have cycle provision to the front and some to the rear, so that's broken up for the larger house there. On to the next one. Now, these are elevations that front onto Waltz Causeway. You can see here over to the left is the Mews houses. And then we have the apartments with cedral cladding that looks like weatherboarding but isn't. And that is picked up here in other houses that front onto the Waltz Causeway. And here we have elevations facing the eastern edge, the green buffer overlooking the agricultural land to the side. These are 2-storey properties mostly, quite loose-knit, larger properties. And in the centre here you can see that green sward that runs centrally through the site. And to the edge here is where we have a row of terraces to the north of the site. And these are either side of the principal street. We have On this side is the western side of the principal street. Some properties front onto it, other properties are corner properties where they have two facings. The green sward through the centre of the site. This is the northern edge. This is a block of flats that's within the loop towards the north. And then down here are properties on the eastern edge of the principal street. They're mostly 2.5-storey houses that front onto the street. And we have, as a consistent material that's dotted about through the site, we have some of the cedral cladding again. On to sustainability, a few main points. Water resources, there's a potential to achieve 98.3 litres per person per day. That's achieved through the addition of minimising the size of the bath and restricting the amount of flow of water through showers, etc. Air source heat pumps are for all houses and individual exhaust air heat pumps for apartments. Carbon reduction exceeds requirements under condition 10, that's of the outline permission. Use of timber framed construction. There's an intention to achieve home quality mark level 4, which is of a high quality. 85% of apartments would be dual or triple aspect. The remainder would rely on probably mechanical ventilation, but would have to conform with Part O of the building regulations. And then on to biodiversity. This is the last slide. Biodiversity net gain would be over 17% on the site. Proposed improvements to the condition of the country wildlife site, and which would be maintained for a minimum of 30 years, after which it would go to a management company. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate. Okay, so speakers. First up is Noah. Is Noah here or online? Oh, speak. Yeah, okay. So James is going to read out the statement from Noah Rosen. James, when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a statement from an objector. This is from Mr. Noah Rosen. The closest bus stop is over triple the amount recommended by the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transport. This makes the whole concept of the development unsustainable and is in breach of Policy 80 of the Cambridge Local Plan and encourages people to use private transport. Point 2, the current development would overlook into the residents of 31 Warts Causeway into private areas such as the garden, kitchen, bedrooms, patio and balcony. Whilst trees will provide some screening, they're not high enough to protect the privacy of 31 Warts Causeway, and windows from the development will overlook our house. The residence of 31 was built with the concept of the green belt, and building around it exposes our house to an undue invasion of privacy. The committee report stated that this application must avoid any overlooking onto and/or loss of privacy at neighbouring properties, unquote, 8.21 for the report. Point 3, whilst there is the need to build in Cambridge, it shouldn't be done on the green belt. End of statement.
Thank you. And Simon, you're the applicant's representative. Are you here? Yeah. Hello. Good morning. You want to come forward to that speaker thing on the left-hand side there. That's it, that one. And get yourself settled, and then you press the button on the right-hand side and it lights up. You do the one in front of you, the microphone. Yeah. And you get 3 minutes, and half a minute before the end, bell goes, let you know it comes to the end when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Simon Hoskin. I work for Carla Holmes, and we are pleased to receive the officer's recommendation for approval of our reserved matters application that is before you. Carla has earned a reputation for high quality, well-designed developments in desirable locations. We take great pride not only in our product, but also the level of service that we offer to buyers. We received a maximum 5-star rating in the Home Builders Federation's National New Homes Customer Satisfaction Survey 2024 for the 7th year running, which demonstrates our commitment to the quality of our new homes. The scheme seeks to deliver 200 new homes on a site allocated within the Cambridge local plan, and which benefits from an outline planning permission granted in January 2022. Our scheme has been carefully designed to ensure that it respects the site's urban edge location and adjacent countryside, and to ensure that it conforms to the principles and parameter plans agreed under the outline planning permission. Extensive open space has been provided and includes a 30-metre wide landscaped area along the site's eastern edge, which will help to create an appropriate buffer between the development and the greenbelt. The proposals comprise a mix of 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 bedroom dwellings, with 40% of these new homes to be affordable in compliance with the Council's policies. These will be of a variety of sizes and tenures as agreed with the Council. We have undergone extensive pre-application engagement with the Council prior to the submission of the application, along with public consultation with the local community and stakeholders. In addition, we have worked closely with your officers following the submission of the application to address any concerns that have been raised during the course of the application. Aware of the water resource pressures in the region, we have targeted a water usage of 98.3 litres per person per day, which is below the 110 litres target required by the condition attached to the outline permission. With sustainability being at our core, we will be using timber frame construction for this development, which significantly reduces the amount of embodied carbon over traditional methods of construction. The development will be gas-free, utilising air source heat pumps, and EV charging points will be provided across the entire scheme. Additionally, the development will significantly exceed the requirement of at least 19% reduction in CO2 emissions beyond Part L building regulations, with a site-wide carbon emission reduction of over 40%. The development will also achieve the Home Quality Mark 4-star rating. This is a third-party certification scheme for new builds to meet standards that are higher than the minimum standards such as building regulations. It has been developed by the Building Research Establishment and provides independent verification that the property meets the expected level of performance for sustainability and quality, and demonstrates Carla's desire to go above and beyond planning policy requirements to create a product of the highest quality for our customers. Our proposals have been sensitively designed to ensure that biodiversity is enhanced, with 17% biodiversity net gain on site. There are no consultee objections on the and the proposals fully comply with the site-specific requirements of Policy 27 of the local plan. We sincerely hope that the committee can support these proposals to enable us to deliver a high-quality residential scheme on an allocated site. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Simon. So you can stay there if you want, or go and sit back at the back, whichever you prefer. Thank you. So I just remind, before we get going, let's make a note a minute. Remind councillors this is a reserved matters application, and so we want to discuss matters permanent to the item, the reserved item being considered today. And also just to say that Tam is sitting there next to Kate, so that'll be handy for any highways issues if Kate wants to refer to Tam. So, Councillor Baden, you're first.
Thank you, Chair. Can I first declare that I'm a member of ChemCycle because I missed the beginning of the meeting, and I wouldn't want that interest to be lost. In regard to the reserve matters, which are about layout, scale, appearance and landscaping, could the officer please explain what the word scale means in this context? And a second question, which might easily be dealt with at the same time, what does shared surfaces mean? Is that on the pavement? Is it divided on the pavement? Perhaps we could have some detail on that one. Thank you. Oh, and thank you for an excellent presentation.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll get a few more questions together, I think. So, Councillor Porrer, you had your hand up. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dryden was first, weren't you?
Thank you, Chair. I know it's reserved matters, but I noticed in there the Great Shelford Parish Council mentioned they were disappointed about not to see solar panels, grey water and heat pumps, which I noticed later on in the report you have mentioned, so perhaps there is going to be some bit more detail there. But one thing I've mentioned also with water management, that you could put smaller baths in the properties. What's to stop the residents in the future putting bigger baths back in the properties?
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Porrer.
Thank you, Chair. This is one of these frustrating ones where the outline permission has basically tied our hands with a lot of things that I'd like to raise. And I think hopefully something we can learn for the future, because so many of the concerns relating to cycle access and condition 35 are not relevant. Just wanted to note that. And for example, we've only got one car club space. We've only got, huge distances to bus stops, things like this. So it's a car heavy development. There are good things. It's gas-free. You know, timber frame is, I think, I'm sure the chair will agree, normally asked about this, a positive thing. Exceeding Part A, L, building standards, 70% biodiversity net gain on site, which you probably heard the applicants from the previous thing we're very keen on. So I had some questions. We're talking about the informal, I think Councillor Bagent picked it up, at the top of the loop where cycles will share the space with cars. Will we have traffic calming measures? Because I know certainly in some bits of Trumpington where there's a lovely loop, it is used as a place to drive about, whether it's on motorbikes or cars. So I'm really concerned that if we don't have traffic calming measures there, which make it clear that is priority for cycles and pedestrians. So I don't know if Tam might be able to comment on that, which I hope we could still address, because for me that is part of how the reserve matters work. The pathway into, is it Almonds Avenue? I understand it couldn't be widened because the county doesn't own the land. But do we need to look in the S106 whether that just could be improved? I don't know what condition it's in at the moment, but it seems obvious if that is going to be a desire line, that it might be. I wonder if the officer or Tam could comment on whether that is something that's going to be considered. I mean, I don't know the condition of it at the moment. So my main concerns at the moment are the housing issues. So we've got 15 fewer bed spaces, so it isn't actually compliant with the housing policies. Though I do understand officers are still recommending that as compliant overall. So I don't know if the officer could comment a little more on that, please. We talk a little bit about garden size. It says some are very small. If the officer could confirm whether that's the affordable ones or not, because we have seen some sites previously where the affordable home has a distinct lack of amenity compared to the market homes. Again, I think, I'm sure others will mention this, but how reassured are we that the management fees for unadopted roads are going to remain reasonable? I hope, obviously, with their 5-star rating and things, that would indicate a positive desire to make sure residents aren't charged too much. But again, we have had instances, I think, in Trumpington where there's very high management fees for a couple of dead trees, so we want to make sure that's avoided. I would raise, again, my concern with the distance to the bus stop. I suspect I'm going to be told that's an outline issue, but I would be grateful if officers could talk about that, because for me, you know, it's a car-heavy development. It's not great, so I wonder if we have anything to consider under reserve matters there. Water, obviously it's good that we're coming in below 110 litres. Obviously it would be nice to see even more, though I take Councillor Dryden's point that these things are always difficult. But I wonder if the officer could comment about rainwater and grey water, you know, water butts, all those kind of things, that adding that to each house could have a huge impact on how people can manage the water, even if it's retaining the rainwater for their garden. And the only other final comment, the farmstead view you showed against the end of Warts Causeway, it was quite an abrupt end to the farmstead bit before the mews. It was very square. So I just wonder if the officer could comment a little bit about that. And obviously the final point, single aspect. So there's 30 homes here that are single aspect, which is something we have repeatedly said on planning committees. Whilst compliant with the local plan does cause some real concern, so grateful if the officer could talk about how that will be addressed. I know you said it will comply with the building regs, but I really do have concerns because, and again, are they the affordable homes or are they the market homes? Thank you. Sorry, that's quite a lot of questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, more coming still, so perhaps we'll stop with that lot and go back to the officer, and then we'll come back for some more questions. So just to also say, please kind of refer your questions to the case officer, and the case officer is the person in charge here of the recommendation, and Kate can refer to any consultees if she sees fit. So Kate, over back to you then, please.
Right, thank you, Chair. The first question related to scale. What is scale? That's really to do with size of buildings, height, that sort of thing, really. Shared surface. What is a shared surface? That's a surface that is shared with motor traffic, cyclists and pedestrians. So it doesn't have a footpath, it's just one surface. And they tend to be designed so that they're short, fairly narrow, and it has the effect of slowing traffic right down because they know that they're in a shared surface area with cyclists and pedestrians. The next question related to Smaller baths. What about if residents decide to change it at a later date? Well, they might do. But this is a good starting point, and it is difficult to control what residents might do at a later date, I'm afraid. The next question related to the loop road and traffic calming measures. In the loop road, that's right at the very end of the scheme, so there would be very little traffic that would naturally use it. And the design of the loop is there's very short, straight areas, so that design, and fairly tight bends as well, so that design would quite naturally slow traffic down. Hopefully that's enough to answer that question. The next question related to the path. There is a footpath that joins Almoners Avenue and Bowercroft. It's about 1 metre wide with grass either side, and there's lampposts at either end. And the question was, can that be improved under this application? I think under this application, the answer is no, it can't, because this is really an access issue. But I think if there's, the Highway Authority only own the metre-wide path. They do not own the green grass either side, so there isn't the ability to widen that path. But if it's felt that it's in poor condition, well, it would be the responsibility of the Highway Authority to maintain that. And if we're worried about that, I don't see why we can't go to the Highway Authority beyond this application, nothing to do with this application, but anyway, to seek improvements there. The next question raised the issue of 15 fewer bed spaces. Now, this is in the affordable housing units, whereby our housing officers endeavour to try and provide the maximum number of bed spaces for the dwellings. So, for example, a 2-bed dwelling could provide 4 bed spaces, but in the majority of cases, it's providing 3 bed spaces. So there is effectively a loss of 15 potential bed spaces. Now, we don't have any strong policy on which to hang this desire to maximise the bed spaces. It doesn't lie within the adopted housing strategy, which isn't a strong planning document. And then we have a draft housing strategy, SPD, but of course that's only draft, so for that reason, it doesn't really have much planning weight to it. So negotiations have not been able to achieve an improvement on that. Garden sizes. Now, where I have referred in the report to small garden sizes, maybe if I can share the screen again, see if I can get it right. Oh, my apologies. I've got the wrong one again. I'm sorry, I can't get it right, but I think I can still point nevertheless. Maybe not. Now, if you look at the bottom left-hand corner, where the farmstead area is, there is a row of red terraced houses. They have very small gardens to the front and back. They're mews houses. But there's enough space to put a table and chairs for 4 people. There's enough space to put a cycle store and enough space for all the wheelie bins that are required. But they are private, they're not affordable housing. Thank you. Unadopted roads. There is a condition on the outline planning permission that requires the applicant to set out for approval how the unadopted roads will be managed and maintained. But I'm afraid fees do not fall within part of that. That's beyond what we can do here. Distance to the bus stop, I'm sorry, but that is an outline planning application matter, so that can't be taken into consideration with this one. There is a suggestion that perhaps more could be done with regard to water resources such as water butts and grey water recycling. Yes, I think, probably could add water butts to these properties. Grey water recycling, that's a much bigger issue. That would take quite a lot to try and redesign the scheme for that one, I'm afraid. The end of the farmstead, the abrupt end, I think you're referring to, again, that row of red houses, is it, at the end?
There was the Mews, you had a side-on view from Warts Causeway with the Mews houses, and then the farmstead, that was that very sharp corner where they raised up a story and a half. You had a slide with it on, I think.
Or you want,
the Warts
would it help
Causeway.
with the elevations?
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Let's have a look. So, that's not improving it. It's made it worse. My apologies, I can't seem to quite get this right, get the right screen. I should have used one screen, shouldn't I? No, sorry, it can't improve on that one. You're going to help me again, aren't you? Here we go. Have I done it? I've done it right. I got it right. So, here we go. This is the elevation, of the street elevation for Warts Causeway. Are you referring to, let me get my pointer. There's a delay. Here we go. Are you referring to this?
Yeah, that corner there, it just doesn't step up, it sort of just jumps up. So I was just wondering if you could comment on why.
Right. There is an increase in height from 2 stories to 2.5 stories. I don't think that's a huge step, but there is a step there. One thing to note is that the houses here are set back from these, so it's not a flat elevation there. It does step back. So I think that distance in height won't be as obvious as it is on this street scene. And then the final question is 85% of dwellings will be dual aspect or more, meaning that 15% won't. This has been raised with the applicant, and the reply is that all dwellings will need to conform with building regulations Part O and F. So mechanical ventilation might be required for some of these properties. But this is what's before us today.
Could I just ask whether they were affordable or not?
Oh.
Sorry, Chair.
You just let the officer just, have you finished that point, Kate?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Councillor Paul.
Just my question was, are they in the affordable blocks, the single aspect, or are they pepper potted across?
I think they're mostly the affordable, but I think there's probably a variety there. I can't give you exact figures, but it's within the apartments, and most of the apartments are affordable.
Okay, thanks. Have you done with answer? That was the last one, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, so let's just make some notes. I think that's the question. So I'll go to people that haven't asked already, if that's okay. Thanks. Go on then, quick.
Thank you, Chair. I asked about what scale meant because given that the site has limited access for pedestrians and cyclists to the back streets of the area, is it suitable? Is it a suitable scale that's being presented to us for the amount of people that will be on a site and will be forced to use a main road to cycle, walk to school? So I think that if we were prevented by officers' recommendations from challenging by rejection the previous application for outline permission, although we knew, and the developers knew, that there was an opportunity to provide an alternative route in and out of the site because a house came onto the market and they were informed of it and they didn't take that opportunity. So I had to accept, and did accept, or we did accept, that we couldn't reject the outline permission. But now, having been faced with a very restricted usage of exit from the site, I'll be able to reject it on the basis that the scale is too great. So that's number one. And number two is, I'm not quite sure about what the officer means when she said a shared surface for cars, cyclists and pedestrians, all in one go, where we know that car drivers will slow down because of people who might be on the road. You know, no, we don't know that. We definitely don't know that. And what we do know is that car drivers frequently bully people on the road by the sheer force of their vehicle and by the speeds that they drive. So I think that this second issue of the cycling, pedestrians and roadway all being in one, and that, you know, does what the officer clarified also apply to all the cycle routes through the site? Thank you. I will be returning to this, of course.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So especially the first point there, Councillor Bejan made a statement in terms of us being forced to accept. So is that a true statement? Do officers want to reply to that? That might be useful to bottom out first.
Right, thank you. Scale does not mean the number of people or the number of dwellings. The outline planning application granted permission for 200 dwellings. So that is set in stone, basically. That is what the outline permission is for. Scale tends to be more to do with the size of the buildings, tends to be more architectural rather than quantity of people or quantity of dwellings. I hope that clarifies a bit better for you.
Who knows? Let's move on anyway. We can always come back once we get it done before lunch. So I don't know who's next, to be honest, but Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I can be reasonably brief because everybody else has raised most of the points I wanted to make. So let's get to it. The desire path to Almoners Avenue, I think this is going to see very heavy school use. Is there a possibility of looking into having bat-friendly solar studs to mark the path? Because it's quite dark when children are travelling to that in winter, and I think that would be useful for safety. Maybe that could be an informative. Secondly, I applaud the officer's suggestion of having slow release water butts. Could we have an informative on that too, please? And thirdly, is there a speed limit on the estate? I think if there's going to be shared surface use, we need to see a 5-mile speed limit throughout the estate. And I do not know whether we can actually put that in because this is reserved matters, or whether we can have an informative. But hopefully the developer is present and listening. And finally, I think access off the estate is going to be very difficult, particularly for children, young people, disabled users. And I know that access is a reserved matter. However, that does create some issues. for the usage of the facilities on the estate. And my question would be, do we consider that the children's play space is adequate, considering it's going to be very difficult for small and unescorted children to access anything else in the area, considering how large and dangerous the surrounding roads are? Thank you.
Yeah, a few questions there as well. Let's go back to the officers again then for responses on that. I don't know if you need to refer to Tam on that, Kate, for the speed limit.
Apologies. I think the first one perhaps goes back to a bit more explanation about shared surfaces. The shared surfaces here are cul-de-sacs. They are short cul-de-sacs. And it is generally accepted through practice over time that shared surfaces in these circumstances do have the effect of slowing down traffic. And I do wonder whether my colleague here, Tam, would be willing to perhaps benefit us with his knowledge on this one.
By all means, Tam Parry, Transport Assessment Team, Cambridge County Council. So what I do know is that the shared surfaces are designed normally at the end of roads. So as Kate was saying, the small number of houses would benefit from a shared surface area. That serves them. This is designed still for refuse vehicles to use in most cases. So it can't be kind of very, very narrow. It has to still allow for a larger vehicle to move through. But they do have ramps on them as you enter the surface. That ramp in itself slows down vehicles. And their design, as Kate was saying, is meant to be for a slow vehicle environment. They don't prevent children from playing. I think if children play in the spaces, that's a good thing. It tells vehicles and other road users that they have to share that space, and that's what it's designed to do. So it's a normal treatment. My highways colleagues specify it, and they have kind of requirements that they need to be met, and we're happy as a council with this area.
Thank you, Chair. Also, we went back to the matter of the path by Almoners Avenue and Boroughcroft, and could it be better lit? I do know there are street lights either side, but it may be that it could be improved upon. But I don't think we can do that or achieve that through this application. But I think there's nothing to stop us going to the County Council and raising this concern and seeing whether they can achieve better lighting for this path. Informative for slow release water butts. I don't see anything wrong with that at all. I think we could add that. Thank you. Speed limits. The scheme is designed to be a 20-mile-an-hour development. And I wonder whether, Tam, I could call on you again here. Is that okay?
Yes, by all means. Because of the layout of the roads in this development and the fact that there's some of our cul-de-sacs and there's only one loop road that goes around serving the northern part of the development, by its very nature, I think this will be a 20-mile-an-hour development. Don't normally do anything at 5 miles an hour. It's normally 20. And I think my highways colleagues considered that this is possible, and through the design they were happy with that.
Thank you. And then the final question related to access for young and disabled, specifically the children's play spaces, are they adequate? We've got 3 children's play spaces that are dotted around the scheme. One in the eastern edge, one in the centre western edge, and one to the southern green edge of the site. The details of their play equipment, the details of these spaces have yet to be submitted. So we can have a look at whether that is acceptable from the disabled person user's point of view at that stage. Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you. Were you wanting to come back, councillor? Yeah, okay, do that first then.
Just a very quick point, that if the details of the play spaces haven't been finalised, could we have some sort of informative, because what suits one age of child doesn't suit another, and just have something asking there can be attention to providing for different age ranges, and particularly for children with disability.
Thank you, councillor. Do you want to respond to that first, Kate, before we go on?
Yes, thank you. Just quickly, yes, quite happy to recommend that we have an informative relating to that. But I would say that there's two different types of play spaces proposed. There's a local equipped area of play, which tends to be for sort of school-aged children mostly. And then we have the local areas of play, which tends to be for the very young children. But happy with an informative. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, I mean, just to be clear, we can have any informative we want. This committee can, but I mean, obviously we need to bring forward things that we think we can actually achieve, but there's no point doing it. And I mean, play spaces for this, you know, they're accessible for disabled children is a national issue. Certainly one that I'm pleased to raise here in this planning committee, and certainly if we can achieve that, that'd be good. And just while I'm on the subject of achievements from the developer, we've had developers come to this committee before who have brought water butts on their developments, and it's not a big cost, and it would please the committee to see that, I think. And just also while I'm speaking, the other things that committee have been keen to get in the past are a lack of single aspect dwellings. So it's unfortunate to see 15%, quite a large number of these dwellings having single aspect. And no one's mentioned it so far, I don't think, but also bikes at the front. I'd like to see bikes at the front door so you can get off your bike, take the shopping in the house, rather than having them stored somewhere sort of remote from the front door. So, okay, so next speaker is Councillor Thornborough, I think, yeah.
So I just want this, whenever this scheme comes to the committee, we talk about how there's no access to the community behind. And one of the things which has happened, but we also know that we need to deal with current legislation, and both the government, the combined authority and the county council have strategies to encourage active travel. And I believe the county council has an obligation to bring forward a walking strategy for the city and a cycling strategy for the city. And I don't understand why those have not been considered in relation to this site. And if currently there is no public porosity to the spaces behind, why can't there be compulsory purchase of a strip of land so that we can get this link through to the existing roads, and then half or more the distance for children to walk and cycle to school? And the connection of the little connection between Almoners Avenue that we were talking about, that was raised by Sam Davies, the ward councillor, the very first time this was brought to, I think, a pre-app to the committee. And I really, again, I don't understand why we can't have why an S106 hasn't been arranged to improve that footpath, so that at least with a circuitous route, children would be able to better cycle and it would be a safer route through that. So I think those aspects, which are, they're very current topics, I don't understand why we don't continue to look at these access issues. We also know that we now have these ministerial statements about water stressed area, and particularly in Cambridge. And I think they are material considerations, and I think that we need to apply them to this site. I think if water butts would definitely reduce the use of potable water. So I think they shouldn't be an informative, they should be an expectation. It should be part of condition 4, which is materials, which includes rainwater goods. It should be rainwater goods, including water butts. And it should be an expectation that they will be required. I also think that we should there is a loophole about swimming pools. They're not included in water calculations. So I think we should exclude the permitted development rights to build swimming pools in the private homes unless they come through, come for planning permission. Then talking about overheating, there's a lot of black cladding around, and again, it creates overheating. There's an urban heat effect, and I think we should just not be accepting black cladding in any scheme in Cambridge. We know in European countries where they're suffering more, they promote light materials, not just it's for the buildings, it's the surrounding areas, it's for the not to provide, heating the plants nearby. That should be the expectation, and I think that under, again, condition 4, the expectation should be that we'll have no black cladding. And that going to the 15% single aspect homes in the affordable homes, I don't think that's acceptable, because if they're single aspect homes, that means that they will be relying on mechanical ventilation in the summer. And these are people where they're probably the least well off in our society. And we're imposing additional electricity load on the homes. And I remember an appeal once where we refused some housing and it was upheld because there weren't many windows. So the inspector said that these homes you'd have required to put electric light on, and therefore that would reduce the sustainability. A single aspect home reduces the sustainability because the reliance on mechanical ventilation is increased. And this is on the poorest people in our society. So I don't think that's acceptable. I'm concerned about shared ownership generally. I don't know whether that's something we can raise here. There are lots of issues I hear about shared ownership, and the people who are get into those end up paying all of, they pay all of the maintenance costs. That's not shared. They pay their portion of the rent or mortgage, but they end up paying 100% of the maintenance rather than a portion of it. I think that's it. Thank you. Oh, yes, one other thing. Sorry. When you were talking about the 2 bedrooms and whether that means 2 bedrooms for affordable homes, and does that mean 4 beds or 3 beds? In our local plan, we have specific sizes for 1 bedroom spaces and bedrooms for 2 people. So it's not a matter of option. It's a matter of fact whether these will be 3 beds or 4 beds. So I think we need to look at the actual floor plans and areas of the bedrooms in these affordable homes to see whether they're actually compliant with the policies, and then do the calculations about whether they're for 4 beds or 3 beds.
That's a lot. So I think that and the other questions, I'll go back to you now then, Kate. And if you could just bottom out that last point especially, which I found quite perplexing, as well, the number of beds, number of people in number of bedrooms, that would be useful, because I thought you were referring to the kind of religious imperative of the way we have to live in couples with children, as opposed to the space standards that I think Councillor Thornborough was referring to, that kind of thing. Sorry to be so, you know what I mean, but we live in couples with children. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. So 2 people live in 1 bedroom, or sleep in 1 bedroom, and 1 person, possibly 2 children, sleep in the other room. So I think there's a there's a play there between that approach or the space standard approach, which is a different approach, I think doesn't relate to the same thing. But the other questions as well. Thanks, Kate.
Right, I'll see if I can help on that one. I can advise that all properties do comply with the national space standards. So when we're looking at a 3-person, 2-bed apartment, then the size of the second bedroom would be sufficient for 1 bed for 1 person rather than for 2 people. And then it'd be down to the affordable housing provider, the management company, and the council as to who they allocate into that property. It would be considered a 3-person property. So it would be at that, who's allocated to that property. You would only allocate 3 people to that property, not 4. So I hope that clarifies that.
Chair, can I just come in? Because I think there is some confusion between the standard that the housing officer is talking about as opposed to the internal space standards. That's the difference. That the housing officer has said, ideally, we'd like more 2-bedroom, 4-person properties, but we don't, what Kate said is we don't actually have an adopted policy that we can kind of use to kind of resist what's come forward from the developers. So we do have a number of 2-bedroom, 3-person properties that meet the internal space standards. Hopefully that's clear.
Okay, thanks, Toby. And of course, you are the Executive Councillor, Councillor Thornborough, and you can bring forward policy on that matter and other matters. Back to you, Kate.
Thank you. Right. Going back to the beginning of your questions, just to clarify with what is proposed under the Section 106 agreement for the outline permission. Within that, there is a sum of money that the developer pays to the county council that will go towards providing a 3-metre wide shared cycleway footpath that would link from the development along Walks Causeway up to Field Way. There's also would go towards another cycleway further off site, and I do apologise, I can't remember exactly where it was, but there is a second cycleway that monies would contribute to. Now, when it comes to the Section 106 agreement, well, that's already been signed and that's part of the outline planning permission. So I don't see that we could amend that as part of this reserved matters application at this stage. I think it's already been negotiated. It would be difficult to get the applicant to agree to amend that. Compulsory purchase, I think maybe the council could do that separate to this reserved matters application. I think if it was still at outline stage, you might be able to tie the two together. But I think under reserved matters, I don't see how we could tie the two together, but whether it could be done as a separate matter, that could be considered. I would say, though, that I have had correspondence from the owners of 39A Almoners Avenue, which is perhaps the most obvious potential route if you were to go through Almoners Avenue, expressing a very strong resistance to wanting to have the path going through their property. Amendment to Condition 4, I think maybe we could look at whether that could be amended. Obviously, any condition has to be enforceable, and we would need some policy backup as to why we're asking for certain information. I don't know whether we can open that towards water butts. I would probably advise that would be better as an informative, because the developer already goes above and beyond actually the condition that requires 110 litres per person per day by providing 98.3. So we would struggle with policy backup on that one. Maybe give that one a bit more thought. Black cladding, it's Cedral cladding, which apparently has the properties of the cladding apparently contribute towards sustainability. I don't know all the details of the properties of Cedral cladding. I don't think I can clarify that enough to you. But it is proposed to be black. I don't know whether I think maybe under the materials we could have another look at that cladding and see whether there is an alternative shade that might be better. I don't know whether you had anything in mind. Swimming pools, you expressed concern about swimming pools. There is a recommended condition removing permitted development rights relating to 2-storey dwellings. I think maybe we could add the PD rights relating to swimming pools to that as well. I don't really see why not. There's nothing more I can add about the 85% dual aspect. When it comes to shared ownership, this seems to me to be a much bigger issue than this planning application before us today. And I wonder whether it's something best discussed and looked at outside of this planning application for future developments. And I think I'll come to the end. Thank you. Hopefully that's helped.
Yeah, I think yes on the last bit, but yeah, thanks, Kate. At one point you were saying about the second cycleway, and I think Tam could probably help with that if you wanted him to just make sure we knew everything.
Do you mean the cycleway from to Almonds Avenue? Not the one, the connection one?
Is that the one, Kate?
No. No, there was another one in the Section 106 agreement which links to a village.
Yes, I think that's a planning condition that the applicant needs to provide that cycleway. And I understand they've got a drawing that's been approved by my highways colleagues for that. I will also pass on to my colleagues your desire for the connection route to be improved. So I'll ask them to look and see what they can do. But that would be a matter separately outside of this application process.
Yeah, thanks very much. More hands up. I've got 2 of you already down. Yeah, so 2 more and me. Okay, so it's Councillor Levine, Councillor Bennett again. Okay. Toby, you want to say something first?
Yeah, it's just to really clarify a few points that Kate was responding to, because I think officers would recognise that, you know, in some respects, certain aspects of the scheme aren't ideal. The reality, you know, with the 106 is that we can't renegotiate that as part of the reserve matters. We are where we are. The planning permission has been granted, and it was granted without the necessity for compulsory purchase of land outside of the applicant's control. So I think, you know, that is something that would have to be entirely separate to the reserve matters, and I'm not entirely sure actually whether they're, given the circumstances, whether it would be the best use of public money in that circumstance, but it's separate to what you're being asked to be considering this morning. We officers have reiterated this in the officer briefing, but with regard to the single aspect units, there is not a policy that prohibits single aspect units that we can rely on, that I'm aware of, within our local plan, or supporting supplementary planning guidance in the form of the Sustainable Construction SPD. It certainly encourages us to move away from single aspect homes, but there's no prohibition of single aspect homes, and obviously it does become more difficult when you have smaller units to deliver as part of apartment blocks, for example, dual aspect for that type of unit style.
Thanks, Toby. That's useful. So, yeah, I guess for everyone's clear, a single aspect is like we have one window in one side of the house, but no windows on the other side, or something like that. So there's no ventilation, cross ventilation, that kind of thing. So it can get hot in the summer, basically. And just while I'm speaking, so I think they seem to be mostly in the flats in the development, and the flats seem to be not, as they say, pepper potted, so not spread around the development. The affordable housing wasn't spread around; it was all in one place, pretty much, which is unfortunate because it's meant to be all spread around. So it's 10-year blind, so-called, so you can't see what's what. So, you know, the people with less money sit in one place, and the people with more money sit in another place, and that's unfortunate. But as Toby says, we're looking at policy compliance here, what's allowed. And just earlier you said, Kate, about the weatherboarding. It was like weatherboarding, but isn't. So you further sort of talked on that more recently, and it's, what's it called? Cedral. So that's a brand name. And so it's not wood, it's fibre cement, so made of concrete, cement. Well, not concrete, but cement in it. So it's not going to burn, but not particularly a sustainable product, you might say. But I do like the fact that they're timber framed. That's excellent, and gas free. So well done on that. I think that's all my points. So next up is Councillor Carling.
Thanks, Chair. I had a few different questions. I think Councillor Pora raised the non-adopted roads issue, which is one of my particular bugbears, and I was looking up the plan of them, which I have here, and it strikes me that very few roads in here are adopted. It's literally just the main path.
A bit closer to the microphone,
Yeah,
Councillor.
sorry, I was looking at I was just saying it strikes me that very few roads are adopted in here, and I wondered if either the case officer or the highways officer could advise us as to if there's any reason the others haven't been. Are they not to adoptable standards? Or what's the barrier there? Because I share the concerns raised earlier just about the sheer level of cost people have to pay on these service charges. You know, these are supposed to be affordable properties, some of these, and yet people have, you know, rents. In the shared ownership, they'll have a mortgage, they have service charges, they have other costs. These costs balloon rapidly, and these houses become very much not affordable anymore. And I appreciate this is not something we can deal with right now, but I'm really keen to just be reassured that the applicant has done everything they can to make as many of these roads adoptable as possible, which I'm not convinced of at the moment. In terms of other queries, could we just have a bit of clarity about why the parish council had an objection about not having many air source heat pumps when later on there's been information saying there have been air source heat pumps? It would just be useful to understand why they were concerned. What else did the other one I want to talk about was visitor parking. So I think it's paragraph 10.88 talks about how there are 8 total visitor car parking places proposed for all 200 houses combined. That is concerning to me in terms of, you know, people may have carers, they may have medical staff and such like they need to be visiting. There's a reason we have that policy on visitor parking, and so it's concerning that that's not being complied with. And there's a broader trend here around quite a few policies that, you know, you can argue they're quite minor violations of them, but there's so many that it becomes a bit of an issue. We've got the cycle parking where not all of it's at the front. We've complained about that in past, and we have rejected applications for that reason. I'd be keen to understand just how wide that problem is, because I forget which paragraph it is, but it's 10.81, which says the layout of the dwelling is such that cycle stalls may be to the side of the house, some are in the rear garden, but for most of these, not all, there is an alternative store more conveniently located. How many are we talking about that don't have that? It would be interesting to know that. Could I also just check in terms of the play areas, who's maintaining those? And that's not necessarily a material consideration, but is it that the City Council would take over maintenance of those? just because with some of the questions raised earlier about the age range, if we're going to be taking over those play areas, then it would be useful to, not now, but just later, have consultation with the Streets and Open Spaces team, because we've done a lot of work recently around how we look at demand for different play areas in different spaces, so there's probably a lot of work can be done there if this application is approved. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dryden.
Just a point of the development in the north of Cherry Hinton, which is over 1,200 properties. The developers there are installing water butts to all their properties because it's such a small amount of money to do it, they might as well do it.
Very good. Yeah. So back to you then, Kate. Got answers, please.
Right, thank you. The first question related to the adoption of roads, and very few of them are to be adopted. It's the principal street and the loop is to be adopted, and the cul-de-sacs coming off either side, and also the short road, the road that serves the farmstead, are not to be adopted. It will all be built to adoptable standards in that a refuse vehicle would be able to use them. But largely this is down to the county council won't always adopt these small streets. And there is no specific requirement for them all to be adoptable from a planning point of view, although I understand what you're saying. Next question related to air source heat pumps. Why did the parish council say there weren't any? I don't know. Why did they say there weren't any? Because it's been proposed from the beginning. It was a complex application, probably quite difficult to find all the information. Visitors parking, yes, there's only 8 spaces being provided. It is quite a bit short of Appendix L in the local plan, which sets out what is proposed. What the applicant has done is they've provided how they intend to manage parking on the development, and they've set that out, and that they will get a private parking company to ensure that cars are parked in appropriate areas, etc. But yes, it is short of 8 visitors parking spaces, and that is one of the imperfections of the scheme. Cycle parking, an awful lot of work went into cycle parking, and it's about being more accessible than the car in order to promote cycling. I haven't got the figures, I'm sorry, I don't have figures for you here, but a lot of them are located in the front within a porch type arrangement or a separate structure for the cycles. Some of them are located very close to a side door. So we've got perhaps the main front door and the side door. So it could be argued that the cycle parking is very convenient to that side door more so than the parking space. Some cycle parking spaces are in the back garden, but those that are in the back garden also have cycle parking in the front, and it's shared, so there'll be a couple of cycle spaces in the front and then some in the back, so there's a mixture. Play spaces, how will that be managed and maintained? That comes under a condition on the outline planning application. That by condition, the developer has to provide information on how they intend to manage and maintain those spaces. So that has yet to be, that information has yet to be submitted and approved, but it'll probably be a management company. I think I've come to the end there. I hope that helps.
Yep, I'll do. Thank you. Councillor Veen.
Yeah, thank you. It feels to me like this whole development is rather isolated. There's no good bus services. the developers have not managed to negotiate access through to the north. It's been spoken about a fair bit. Have they really thought through the availability of schools for the local children and the routes that those children can take to get to the schools? GP surgeries, have they really thought about that? I also noticed that the Shelford Parish Council, apart from the heat source pumps, have also bemoaned the fact that there's no talk about PV panels here at all. It seems to be a missed opportunity. I think Councillor Dryden referred to it right at the very beginning. So there are a number of disappointments in this whole development as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was mostly statements rather than questions. Yeah, okay. So, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologise for coming back a second time. I didn't realise I hadn't crossed off all my points. Could people please go to page 54 and conditions 14 and 15, which deal with removal of permitted development rights, because I've got a query on those. I support removal of the permitted development rights, but I have some queries about how this is going to work out in practice. Because what happens to actually draw this to the attention of purchasers of property? Because we've had so many issues where people have just assumed and gone ahead, and then we end up in a difficult position where we're being asked to retrospectively provide planning permission for something that we'd never have given permission for. And I think it's particularly problematic, not so much for two-storey extensions, because normally people doing a two-storey extension will consult a builder, and most of our local builders are intelligent people who do actually check these things. But the problem with removing the rights to refit garages as habitable space, because that can often be a DIY thing. I know it's very difficult to police these things. You can't stop people using their garage for storage and never ever using it for parking, which puts more pressure on street parking. But could I suggest we have an informative that removal of permitted development rights is included in the marketing information and also included in the new home pack given to new residents, so that we do everything possible to draw it to people's attention that their permitted development rights have been removed. And also, I'd also like, as an internal matter, to ask whoever deals with the local shared service planning website to put a note on the information given on permitted development rights to point out that while these are the general rules, that some developments have reduced permitted development rights. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough. Listen, guys, we're going to have to draw this to conclusion soon, I think. We've been going quite a long time, unless we have another break. Yeah, so Councillor Thornborough, then Councillor Porter, then Councillor Badent.
I know that there's been a lot of the design about bicycle storage and all of that is to encourage active travel. But the reality is that this site does not encourage active travel because you have to go onto Warts Causeway. And I'm a parent, I would not want my children cycling in that. This is basically, because of the access, this is a site for cars, really. And there is now, so I don't think there, if this is mainly people are going to be using cars here, there is a problem about deliveries, because people won't be able to cycle to the local shops. They can't cycle to the local shops easily. They can't cycle to the schools easily. They can't cycle to the medical facilities easily. So they're all going to be using their cars. There really isn't, and because of that, the focus on cars is not good enough. I don't think there is adequate delivery space. I think there is not adequate, people won't really easily be encouraged to cycle here either. So I think the lack of visitor parking is a problem. as well. So I also think that I would like to, I think that there is space in the local plan to about natural ventilation, and therefore it's well, I would like to suggest that we defer this application and look at the single aspect homes and the locations and why this hasn't. I would like more information about why it wasn't, why there are only in the affordable homes, and why they haven't actually used parts of the local plan referring to climate change and natural ventilation, etc., etc.
Thank you, Councillor. Toby's going to say something.
Yeah, it's a difficult application, this member, because I think your hands are tied with some of these broader matters that you're referring to, which really are matters that should have been dealt with at the outline stage. So you are going to need to tread very carefully when it comes to the recommendation coming forward. I hear what Councillor Thornborough is saying about visitor car parking provision, and the officers noted that that is an aspect of the scheme which it doesn't accord with policy, and it certainly does relate to what is before you today.
Yeah, thanks, Toby. And yeah, I got you. And just to say, Councillor Thornborough suggested the option of deferring there. There's also a different thing, but a similar thing called adjourned decisions protocol, which applies to this major item. But I haven't heard much from councillors so far in terms of wanting to go there, but we'll come back to that in a moment, Councillor, if you like. But I've got other speakers, so I think next was Councillor Porrer. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I share everyone's concern. And I do understand, I don't even know if Carla Holmes did the original outline, you maybe inherited it, but this is a really depressing one to look at potentially having to approve because it's so car heavy and it kind of goes against everything we've been trying to achieve. A couple of minor points. I think we're missing the M43 condition. I've just realised, Kate, we've got an M42 compliance but not M43. But we do have 4 M43 homes, so I think we need to add that into the conditions. Can I also ask where the disabled parking spaces are? Because they're not referenced anywhere. And if we've got 4 M43 homes, which I think are flattered, I want to know that we have those, otherwise it will be even less compliant with our local plan. Also, in informative 6, greatly appreciated you've got the letterbox one in. Can we also add that flattered development should have accessible letterboxes as well? Because I just realised that wasn't in there. Or is it a condition? Oh, yeah, I think the informative points to the fact it's in our local plan, they have to comply with it. So, but could we just have the flattered bit as well? Because A, obviously people are delivering leaflets this time of year, but more importantly, whoever's in flat 1 just gets every single delivery driver buzzing their door, which drives people insane if you don't have a letterbox accessible. I wondered if, just coming back on the loop and the traffic calming, I think Tam or Kate mentioned that there will be ramped access to that loop. I just wondered if Kate, or with her consent, Tam, could point out where these ramps are and how effective they will be. Because for me, that loop, whilst I absolutely take, I think, Tam's point that it's a very tight loop, my experience in what I've seen in Trumpington is that's quite an attractive place to then joyride around, whether it's on little bikes or something. So I wonder what we could do within the reserve matters to look at the landscaping, you know, putting in wiggles, or if you could just comment a little bit more on that, because I am still concerned, whilst it might not be a reason for rejection, I think the developers could be setting themselves up to have not a particularly pleasant area to live in if that becomes where all the local people want to go and drive their cars around at night for fun. I'm still concerned about the single aspect homes, so I note Toby's point. And I am really concerned about the visitor parking, because actually this is going to be a car-heavy development. I mean, that's clear, that was agreed at outline. We've only got 8 visitor parking spaces. We should have 16, I think I'm right in saying. And the issue I think Councillor Thornborough raised about delivery is really important. Most people in my area, in the centre of town, you see delivery vans all the time parking up on double yellow lines and blocking the road. And here, we don't even have the minimum number of visitor spaces. So I appreciate the applicant is saying that they're going to enforce. That's fine, that will make some money in parking tickets. But the bottom line is if you're there having your Tesco's delivery twice a week and every one of those 200 houses is doing that, where are they going to go? So I am really concerned about the visitor parking. So it's visitor parking, delivery parking, disabled spaces, and also the M43 condition and the informative that I'm asking about, informative for letterboxes on flats. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillors, let's just be careful not to convince ourselves of our own rhetoric in this debate. We've been at it for nearly 2 hours, and we need to confine ourselves to planning reasons on this reserved matters application. And if it comes to the chase and you want to reject the officer's recommendation, then you're going to need good planning reasons, not some of the reasons that have been given during this debate, which do not apply to this application. Councillor Bajent.
Chair, I remain concerned about the cycle routes. The officer did describe the cycle routes and map them out for us on the map. But are they just part, in general, just part of the main roadway? I mean, that's a simple question. And in the second, I'd like to second what Councillor Thornborough has suggested. That this is a reputable builder and they don't want to end up with something that is starting off in a hostile situation. It may well be that a lot of these thoughts from the planning committee could be taken on board and dealt with, and we could have a much, much better development. I mean, we need these houses, we need these homes, rather, and there's some small issues which have become major issues. And, they said in their presentation that they are a reputable developer, and I am absolutely sure that they are. But there's a few sort of running ulcers that are becoming sores that are being picked at and will, in 10 years' time, be a major issues when all these vehicles are coming onto the road and cyclists are in competition and people are living in single-aspect homes with the sun shining through and the climate change improving the amount of heat we get. This could all go back. And most of these things could be dealt with. So I will second Councillor Thornborough's suggestion that we defer this.
Thank you, Councillor. Well said on the first part. On the second part, the seconding of, just hold on to that a moment. I want to let other councillors who are still on my list to speak first before we come back to that, if that's okay with you too. Councillor Carling.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I am extremely concerned about the visitor parking, as others have said. I think Councillor Porritt just now said it would have needed to be 16, but my understanding from paragraph 10.88, which says 1 space is required for every 4 units, would be 50. And we've got 8. It's really quite a dramatic violation of the policy. And I mean, I think 50 may well be excessive, and I'm not necessarily going to ask the developer to go and put 50 in. That would be very, very challenging. But we need more than 8 in here, otherwise we're going to get parking everywhere. And I appreciate what's being said in terms of what we can enforce, but you cannot have enforcement officers patrolling all day, every day. The much better solution is just to provide the parking that there is a need for, and that's why we have the policy. So I understand the suggestion of deferral. I don't want to reject this. As others have said, a lot of these issues can be resolved very easily. Procedurally, I think what I would prefer to do at the moment is to reject the officer recommendation. The joint decision protocol comes in. We have another report at the June meeting or whenever it may be, after the developers had time to go away and see what can be done about the violations of policy that we have here. That would be my preference.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Now, are there any more hands that went up that I didn't see? No. Okay. So first off, we'll go back to the officer for any answers to any questions that are outstanding from that lot, please, Kate.
Right, thank you. I would like to ask Tam if he can help out on this one, because quite a few of these questions and concerns relate to a car-heavy development that you're worried about. So,
thank you. So just to note that this is a Cambridge City location, and we do know that car ownership levels in Cambridge City are much below what they would be if you were in Shelford, Sawston, outside of the city in South Cambs. So that's a factor to bear in mind. We've got here really, really good cycle storage near the front doors of most of the properties. It's most, because if you've got a block of flats, they're in a communal store for the block of flats, is what you would expect. This is really good cycle storage. You don't see this in many applications. So what that's really saying to residents is, we know you're in Cambridge City, we know your cycle ownership is going to be greater than what it might be if you're in a village outside the city. Therefore, we're providing really good storage facilities for you and your bikes. And we see that in this application. Not everyone's taking their children to school. A lot of people will be leaving their homes on their bicycles and going to work, or undertaking leisure trips using their bicycles. And that you see very high levels of bicycle use in Cambridge City. There's no reason why this development is going to be any different to that. So the routes coming along Watts Causeway and then joining Baberham Road to go towards Hills Road, that's most likely a very common route that people will be using, and that's very well catered for through the Greater Cambridge Partnership Linton Green Road, which has actually been constructed and completed. So that's ready for residents of this development to use. The route from this development through to the neighbouring parcel, which is also being constructed at the moment, GB1, that allows for direct movement down to Baberham Road, and then you can go alongside a short distance and then use the Toucan crossing and then get straight to Addenbrooke's. So that's a very good route. You wouldn't interact with any traffic going all the way to Addenbrooke's Hospital if that's where you were working. And so on. There's a very good network of routes in the city, and this development is part of and connected to them, and the facilities in the development are geared for allowing that to be used. On the shared surface streets and the Vista parking, the Vista parking bays are actual kind of specific parking locations marked as visitor. So there's 8 of those, but it doesn't mean to say that there's other places where you can pull up and park. It's just that they're not allocated, signed, marked as visitor parking. So it's not, if you're a Tesco delivery driver, you're still going to have lots of places where you can pull up, park and serve the dwelling. If you're a visitor visiting a friend, you're still going to be able to pull up and park. It's just that you might not park in an actual bay. I hope that's a bit clearer.
Yeah, thanks, Tam. So, Kate, was there any more, or was that it?
I think that's dealt with most concerns. You did ask for where the ramps on the Loop Road. If you can see up on the screen there, if I get my pointer again. Oh, come on. Right, you can see some dark grey areas on the corners and junctions here. These would be where the ramps are. And also refer to M43 is missing from condition 17. Well, that could be added. And I think that answers all the questions. Thank you.
So I heard a question about the number of spaces for disabled parking. Somebody asked that. I thought, do you know that?
I'm sorry, I don't have a figure for that one.
Okay, so, okay, Councillor Ford, was there something else?
I can say, though, that there's disabled parking spaces have been looked at as being convenient to the affordable housing apartments which are within the Farmstead area.
Okay, Councillor Ford, did you want to come back on something?
Yeah, it was just to be confident that the M43 flats are next to the parking spaces, and there would be presumably 4 for them, because I couldn't. And the other one I asked was just about adding the letterbox condition for flats.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
happy to add that in the informative, thank you.
Councillor Dryden, you had a thing?
Just to pick up on what you were about Cambridge city centre and parking, and places like I represent Cherry Hinton. we're different. We're not in the centre of Cambridge, and we have problems parking. And we've been told by the enforcement officers when we don't come out to Cheriton because they've got so much to do in Cambridge. This is like Cherry Hill, it's on the outskirts. I don't think the same parking is the same as it are if it was in a development more than the centre of Cambridge.
Yeah, okay, thanks. It's good to get that comparison, although I'm not quite sure if this development will be enforced by county enforcement officers. It sounded like it was going to be a private agency to me, but I can be corrected by the case officer if need be. Councillor Bajan, hand up.
The grey areas that are marked as speed humps, yeah? What sort of speed humps will they be? As a cyclist, as an elderly cyclist suffering from arthritis, every time I go over a speed hump, I get a sharp pain goes right through the whole of my body. It is possible to design speed humps so that they can have an access through them for cyclists. Could we please put an advisory note or a condition on that, please? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Councillor. I believe they were described as raised areas, not humps, but should we get that bottomed out first? And so, Kate, what are they?
They're just like little ramps. You go from your tarmac up to your cobble, you're up to your paving. So yeah, you'll be fine. They're designed well, and highways colleagues know what they're doing.
Are you familiar with the type of surface, Councillor Bajan, or others? I think I am.
Well, my experience of whatever they're called is that when the road surface level changes, which it frequently does because the Highways Committee or the Highways officers or the County Council can't control the size of the potholes, speed bumps, which we see all over the city now and on all the back streets in Romsey, which are only a very slight change in surface, same as a pothole, means that I get a ricochet right through my body every time I go over them. And I think we can avoid this. This is not a big issue. We can just put a cycle lane through the middle of it.
Well, I agree with you, Councillor. Segregated provision, I believe, is the way forward. But I believe what's being talked about here is a sort of one surface is tarmac, the raised bit is made in bricks, basically, sort of concrete bricks, but it's just a slight incline up to the level. Is that right, Tam? And then you're on that level, then you cycle along that level, then you down the other side. It's not like a bump as such, but you disagree, Councillor, so I won't say any more. Right, any more? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
Sorry, could I just ask what we are doing in terms of an informative to ensure that owners are clear about restriction and permitted rights?
Yes, quite happy to add that one. It could be useful. I mean, really, when somebody buys a property, you would expect their conveyance solicitor to advise them of such things, but I don't see that there's any problem with adding it as an informative. Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
So do you accept my informative, or is it?
Sorry, I missed that.
My informative about the speed humps, because unless they're a hump, it's not going to slow a car down, they're just going to speed up.
I'm not quite sure about that one. I'll refer officers.
You can put it as an informative, but I don't know what my highways colleagues will think. So the great respected John Finney, if he was here, would be able to give you a really detailed answer on that. I'm afraid that's beyond my knowledge.
Chair, I'd like to move a condition that a gap is made in the raised areas for cyclists to pass through without having to.
Well, you can say it, Councillor, but conditions have to be fair and reasonable to all concerned, and I suppose also practical. So I'm not quite sure if it's going to work, but Toby's going to speak on that.
So, Councillor Bajan, I think you might have misunderstood the design. So this is not like a sleeping policeman with a bump that you go over and a level that you can continue through as a cyclist. It is a change in level between a lower level and an upper level with a low gradient from one to another. So you wouldn't be able to have cyclists kind of continuing on that lower level to avoid going up. It's an integral part of the design. We could put an informative on for the engineers to look at the gradient to ensure that it is sufficient for all users, including kind of cyclists. I don't see a problem with that, but a condition, as you've recommended, would not be appropriate given the design that's before you.
Chair, this is where we get into a difficulty, isn't it? This, whatever this is, it's designed to reduce the speed of cars. That's why it's there. Now, if it isn't sufficient difference in level, then it'll make absolutely no difference to car drivers. They'll just drive over it. So to make it effective, it needs to be a proper change in level. And at that point, it has an impact on cyclists. Now, who under the LTN 120 has the right here? Is it back to the cars? The car drivers have got the right, or do the cyclists have the right?
I'm looking to officers to give a response on this.
Chair, I think with respect to Councillor Bajan, we don't agree with the point that's being made. In general, this is a standard design feature on many of our estates, and Officer Parry has said that you know, his colleagues are confident that an appropriate design can be delivered. So it is a point of difference, Councillor. We can accommodate your concern as part of an informative. I don't think we can go much further than that.
Okay, so I mean, if no one speaks against that informative, then that will go forward as an informative. Is anyone going to speak against it? No. Okay, so I'm against it. So we'll have a vote on that if we come to that in a moment. Okay, so first off, in terms of voting, is this question of whether we want to consider this on another occasion after today. So Councillor Thornborough brought forward the proposal to defer the item. I just made it clear to all concerned that there is the option, because it's a major item, so-called, that this could be an adjourned decision protocol, which, funnily enough, I said to somebody the other day we never use, but there we are, maybe we will. So, however, it might be more appropriate to, if we're going to consider an option, that the option of deferral might be more appropriate, because I haven't heard many reasons for refusal of the officer recommendation on this so far, but what I have heard are concerns about the, it's a different thing, there's a fine line, but concerns about the item. So I'm going to ask Toby just to tell us about the different options, and then I'll go back to Councillor Thornborough to see what she wants to do.
Thanks, Chair. So, yeah, I mean, you've got three options. You can vote for the recommendation. You can do a general deferment, or we could look at using the adjourned decision protocol. I think my advice in this scenario would be that if the recommendation is not supported, that we use members would use a general deferral to give officers the scope in discussions with applicants to see if some of these issues can be resolved through amendments and or further information. What I would say is that prior to coming to this committee, officers have already raised a number of the issues that members have raised in this meeting. So I would hope if we do get to a deferral, which I suspect that's the case from what members are saying, that we are members are very clear on the matters that they want to see addressed. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Toby. I mean, that was the point I was going to make myself, so I won't quite repeat it, but just to say that, you know, as in all cases, officers fight our corner for us all the time, and then we come to committee and we interrogate officers as if they're the ones that are the problem, but it's not. It's the item, you know, brought forward by developers. So, and as Toby said, whether we get what we want in the end is another matter. But, so the proposal, I think, from Councillor Thornborough is a deferment. Is that correct, Councillor?
Yes, that's correct. But also, I think it's important that the applicants are hearing that our concerns match the officers' concerns earlier. So, yes, I would propose a deferment. Thank you.
Yeah, fair point. And Councillor Bagent, you seconded that proposal, is that correct? Okay, let's have a vote on that then. So all those in favour of deferring the item to a future meeting of this committee on the basis of the conversations we've had so far in debate? All those in favour?
6 support that proposal, Chair.
Okay, against?
2 against, Chair.
Okay, so that proposal is carried. So this item will be deferred to a future meeting of this committee. Just hold on a minute.
I think this is, I'm sure Keith was going to say this, but I think committee members are going to need to specify now the reasons for deferral. I would hope that it's clear already, but I think for the record, it would be good if those issues could be just listed out by members, and Councillor Thornborough is probably in the best place to start doing that.
Okay then, so if you just come forward with all your reasons, and then Toby can make a list, and then we'll go from there. So Councillor Thornborough, you go first.
Okay, yes, so I think it compliance with M42 in disabled parking requirement for each block, plus also disabled visitor parking across the whole site. I think what Councillor Carling was talking about, the number of visitor parking spaces across the whole site. I think also single aspect homes, and so reducing water use by putting in water butts.
Right, Councillor Cora?
Yeah, I think I'm definitely missing information at the moment about parking. So definitely seeing where the disabled parking is and that's compliant, particularly as they're flats, so I'd like to see they're relatively nearby. Delivery, parking and possibly a strategy, because obviously if there's a management company overseeing it, it would be useful to see how they're going to manage deliveries. And I do take Tam's point that people can park up, but I would hope that quite a lot of the landscaping and things will mean that people shouldn't be parking on verges, because then you just get them destroyed. So again, it would be useful to have more information about that. And I think an increase in visitor parking particularly, or possibly car club to accommodate some, get rid of some of the other parking spaces. Definitely things about water management. I think whether the applicant would consider things like water butts. I appreciate it may not be possible in every house, but it would be useful to know what could be done to manage that, and whether there's anything else in terms of the low water use, particularly in the light of the recent ministerial directives and statements on this. And single aspect homes. I mean, sometimes when we've had single aspect before, we had a really useful presentation. I can't remember if it was here or JDCC, where the officer actually showed us the ones that were single aspect, which direction they faced in, where the shading was, how it would all work. So if single aspect homes have to be included, I would like to be confident that they're not facing full onto the sun, that we've got all the adequate shading, potentially more than for other houses. So those it's just having that extra information to help us decide, and obviously preferably reducing the single use aspect.
Thank you. Any more? Yeah, Councillor Bajan?
Can I just suggest that they review the cycling arrangements, Chair? I've waxed lyrical, don't want to do that again.
Do you mean in terms of highways, do you, Councillor?
But in terms of whatever these bumps are called in the road, or the change in surfaces, and to give priority to cycling. Cycling should have a priority on the road. LTM 120 says that.
Thank you. Councillor Carling?
Thanks, Chair. Just on the point Councillor Bajan's making, I think, did you say earlier you wanted to hold a vote on whether we had that informative? That might be helpful in advising the applicant as to whether that's an issue that the committee shares.
Thank you for reminding me, Councillor. Let's carry on with bits in this. Councillor Levine.
Thanks. Can we insist on them negotiating access to the north? It's Almaners Road, is it? Can we insist on that, or that's one too far, is it? One too far. Okay, I'll withdraw that suggestion.
Right. Any more? Councillor Thornborough.
I know that there was a question raised about the amount of playground space for different ages of children. I would be interested in the number of older children in this space and what is provided or not provided for older children, because there seems to quite often is a provision for very young children. And again, what can older children do on this site because of the relative isolation from other nearby facilities that which aren't that accessible?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the only thing we just need to be clear on is this proposal to not have raised ramps on certain areas of the highway that Councillor Bajan has raised. So does anyone want to second that proposal that Councillor Bajan has put to the committee, that we don't have those in the scheme?
No, I've not exactly said that. What I said was there ought to be an access through them for cyclists that's on a level pathway. But I don't think, I mean, I'll withdraw the request for an informative. I'm sure that people have been listening to what I'm saying, and when they review, hopefully they review some of the things that we've spoken about, then they'll take that into account, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think that matter can be dealt with more easily just through better quality plans presented with a reasoned argument about how it works, Councillor.
All right, thank you. Councillor Thornborough?
In other areas in Cambridge, there is a gate, school gate, where it's only open at the beginning of school and at the end of school. And could there be a discussion with the county council who own the secondary school next door, which I think actually bounds the boundary onto this site, that there may be a gate that's at least secondary school children could go to? Okay, maybe it's been asked already.
Tom?
Yes, at the outline stage, this is one of the things that we did investigate. There's a lot of investigation at the outline stage. That was not possible, I'm afraid.
All right. And just to say, sometimes I've been told as a politician that things aren't possible, but then they are possible, but we'll leave it at that for the minute. One thing that was raised, I mean, I'm not part of this really, but that was raised by members was the colour of the boarding, the cement boarding. So this is an interesting area. We've been through colours before, haven't we, committee? It's a bit of a funny one, although this is slightly different. That was aesthetic, this is functionality. And I suppose not just black, but dark boarding. And I appreciate that the applicant will have used designers or architects to come up with a solution. And I mean, I'm a part-trained architect myself. I do appreciate the desire for an aesthetic for all sorts of reasons. And it relates to fen buildings and fen barns. And there was an architect that did the Black House years ago, you know, with blackboarding and all of that. But I do feel, for a different reason to Councillor Thornborough, but I also agree with her reasoning, is that, you know, it could actually look quite good with a lighter colour, I think. So it's just a thought. I know it's a big decision for the developer, but there you go. That might be on the table. Councillor Thornborough.
I think that is actually supported in the our local plan, because it does suggest sustainable materials palette, including cool materials to reduce heat gain.
Okay, well, if no one's speaking against that, that's one of our list as well, I think, Toby. Anything else, councillors? Okay, so I did ask you, Toby, I didn't quite clear what your answer was. What do you want to do with that list now? Do you want to come back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes, or just have the list and that's it, or what?
Chair, I don't think we need to come back through Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes. That list is clear for officers and hopefully it's clear for the applicants, and it can be taken away and discussions can be held.
Okay, so that's been a very robust debate. I hope the applicant isn't too disappointed, but, you know, it's quite a tough committee, this one. They're always asking these sort of questions, and I think it's useful in the end to get the best scheme you possibly can for everybody, including future users of the houses. And so it will come back to a future meeting of this committee, not necessarily the next one. So that's why we use the form of words, a future meeting. It will be a future meeting of this committee. And with any luck, some or all of those things might have been addressed. So that's it for now then. It's time for a late lunch now. If you come back at 1:05, please. No, 2:05, and then we'll start again. Thanks very much. Thank you. Again, thanks to the officers and applicant and speakers. Right, welcome back. Planning Committee, just had lunch. Next item is item 7, Brookmount Court. So Nick Yeager's the officer. We've got one speaker, Howard, the applicant's representative. So Nick, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Just sharing the screen and start my presentation. So just to check, my screen is shared correctly?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, this is a full planning application at Brookmount Court, Kirkwood Road, Cambridge. This is for the demolition of existing buildings and structures and the erection of a building class EGI/II with associated access, site infrastructre, landscaping, car and cycle provision. The proposal seeks permission to provide 17,175 metres squared, brackets GIA, of life sciences, research and development employment use. An additional 2,745 metres squared of car and cycle parking space is to be provided in the basement, bringing the total floor space of the development to 9,920 metres squared. The officer recommendation is for approval subject to conditions and a section 106. So updates, there's been some negotiations occurring with the contributions with the County Council. Para 8.170 and para 8.172 of the report states a total of 345,000 contribution to the strategic infrastructure to be allocated to the Milton Road Corridor Improvement Scheme. This is requested by the Cambridgeshire County Council Transport Assessment Team. This contribution is based on the additional floor place. The applicant informed the council that the contribution should be 226,000, not 345,000. This is because the basement car park is removed from the floor space calculations and the transport infrastructure contribution. However, this contribution is no longer required. This is because the applicant is going to build a new token crossing over King's Hedges Road and drop curbed at Kirkwood and Kelman Close, which will cost a circa of 248,000. This crossing will benefit other road users and as well as those for their building. And so officers have agreed that it can be considered that the infrastructure benefits in the wider North East Cambridge area. This has been agreed with the County Council. A contribution of 10,000 for weight restrictions in the surrounding area will still be applied. And therefore, because of this amendment to the contributions, a suggested condition below from the County Council instead of 28, which asks that that token crossing is delivered before the building is occupied. That was requested by the County Council. If there are questions on the contributions, I have my colleague Tam here who will be able to help answer them later on. Also, some more updates are that para 8.189, the planning conditions table. If you can use the table as I've shown in the update sheet, that is in sync. The listing is correct of the numbers of condition. The numbers have slightly gone out of sync of the table in the report, so if you use the update one. And then there's also an additional 2 conditions, which is a traffic management plan, and that, which is condition 50, and an additional condition of 51, which is that prior to any installation of plant equipment, the full details of such plant equipment shall be approved in writing by the local planning authority, and the plant equipment should not exceed in height the acoustic screening on the upper roof, upper floor level. So onto the presentation now. The application site is shown in red here. I'll just get my laser pointer as I go through. So the application site is shown in the red square here. Opposite the site, you've got Cambridge Science Park. You've got Cambridge Regional College. It's located along King's Hedges Road. And you've got Milton Road here, the Cambridge North Railway Station, and the A14 to the north. So looking at the site a bit more closer, these are three 1980s buildings known as Brookmount Court. The buildings in use are office, Class E, and a driving test centre, sui generis. These buildings have been extensively marketed from 2016 to 2018 at half vacant, and then from 2018 to present at 3/4 vacant. This proposal has been through a PPA process. It's been to the Greater Cambridge Design Review Panel and the Greater Cambridge Disability Panel. The site is located within a protected industrial area of King's Hedges Road, identified on the policies map. The site is located within the development framework of Cambridge City Council. I just want to point out the nearest residential properties are located approximately 45 metres across here. To the east of the site lies Nunsway recreational ground here. This is the employment area. And then this is the site in question. So again, the existing site plans, the site has no environmental heritage designations. There are trees located to the front of the site. They will remain as part of the proposal. There are some trees within the site, however, these will be removed, but there is significant landscaping replacement proposals. As mentioned, these are 1980s buildings that are currently 3/4 vacant. Just showing a shot again of the current site in colour. So those trees will be remaining. That's the Travis Perkins site next door. And then these trees will be going. However, the site will be located in this, following the demolition of these three existing buildings. So some context, showing the site, they're 2 stories, and this is their appearance currently. Looking at King's Hedges Road, and then looking at north from Kirkwood Road here. This is also within the site, showing the buildings currently. The context around the site is you've got the Travis Perkins site here. You've got retail units here. Retail units and industrial located here, and more retail and industrial units located around here. And these are the 3 buildings in question. So, wanted to mention that opposite the site is the North East Cambridge Area Action Plan. So, this is in draft form, as I said in the report, it's in draft forms, but it does carry some limited weight. What this shows in this is that the area opposite is subject to development of 3 to 6 storey buildings, and there's also a maximum landmark building of 8 stories that is opposite the site located here. I wanted to show this because it means that the area surrounding the application site is an area that could be or subject to change in the future. The proposed site plan, so the 3 buildings have been removed, and instead you've got a singular linear building here. You've also then got landscaping to the front of it. The 4 trees facing King's Hedges Road remain. This area here is a ramp down to the basement where car parking will be provided and also cycle storage. And then this area here is a service yard. There'll be a total of 250 employees, with 179 of these employees on site, noting if we go by a 70% attendance, noting that some employees may work from home. So this is just the ground floor plan showing the site. So again, you've got the entrance terrace here. Cycle access is located here, and then there's a ramp down. You also have a vehicular access, so that would come off the road here, and then ramp down. Units, so that would be provided, the life sciences and office use, Unit 1 and Unit 2, and then the service yard here. There is some landscaping as well located to the rear, and there is also some on the edge here. I can show you that detail. So that was the ground floor. If we now look at the basement, so that's again the cycle ramp that takes you down to the basement. You would go in here. The cycle storage is a mix of there are some double automatic double stacked cycle storage shown here. There's also Sheffield stands located, and there's also cargo storage here. There's shower facilities as well, and I believe there is also areas for bike repairs. I wanted to also point out there is also, if we go back to the ground floor, there's physical cycle storage at the front here. That's 40 spaces. The floor plans, so this is the first floor, the second floor, and the third floor, all fairly similar, with to be rented out for the units up. So this is a roof plan showing what the site would become. So that is the Travis Perkins site as existing. This is King's Hedges Road coming along. So the site would lead to fairly significant landscaping to the front and to the side. That is the cycle ramp that would then go down to the basement. This is where vehicular movements would go down, also to the basement and to the service yard. On the top, you have, these are the green roofs shown here. And then you also have a rooftop terrace, which is shown here. These areas shown in white or blank at the moment, they are areas that would accommodate the plant machinery, and that's what that condition 51 would say that this plant machinery wouldn't exceed the height of these acoustic frames. Also on the top, they are looking to provide solar panels as well. The building has also, just pointing out, it's got these green fins as well, help to prevent, to help make the design and the character of the building appropriate. So this is the front elevation. So we've got the ground floor, and floor 1, 2, and 3, and then you then have the rooftop that I was just showing in that last slide. This area here is a glazed area. However, the surrounding areas would have those fins located on them. To the rear, again, this doesn't have the glazing on the front. This is just to the rear. This is where the service yard would be located, and the cycle ramp coming around here, and the vehicle ramp. The side elevations, these are the east and west, are shown as such. So this is a visualisation of the view from King's Hedges Road looking southwest at the main entrance. So there we've got the landscaping to the front. That's the rooftop terrace, which also includes forms of landscaping. You've got the coloured fins, as I mentioned, gaze windows with PPC aluminium frames, stainless steel tensile wire balustrade to the rooftop terrace, rain screening cladding to the envelope, stainless steel frame tensile wire balustrade to the entrance terrace as well here. Conditions, we've conditioned that they have to be provided. None of these are sort of set in stone or all the colours at this stage, but this gives a good indication of what the materials might be. This is a view from King's Hedges Road looking south, so let's move along the road. But the landscaping here, that's some of the cycle storage at the front. Again, you've got the rooftop terrace here. This is a view to the south now, looking north. So this is to the rear. So this is the cycle ramp coming in as you be going down. That is the service yard, and that is the vehicular entrance here. There is some landscaping also to be located to the south, and to the rear. Just to show you the landscaping plan. So as you saw in the visualizations, fairly significant landscaping to the front, some landscaping as well down the side, and there's the landscaping to the rear that you saw in that last shot. The proposal also includes the top terrace landscaping and the green roofs. It's considered the landscaping will lead to large improvements to the street scene and the public realm. And with this landscaping, they've submitted a biodiversity metric calculation report, and it stated the net gain of 68.9% would be delivered on site. These are just some more visualizations of the entrance terrace as well. So you've got cycle storage here and some idea of the landscaping if you were to stand within it. In terms of transport, so there's actually a reduction of car parking on site. So the car parking was 63 spaces. It's being delivered 63 car parking spaces on site. This is a reduction from the 75 parking on the existing. There's going to be 266 cycle parking spaces to be provided. 40 visitor cycle spaces of these are at the front of the site. And the applicant is providing a new token crossing over King's Hedges Road and drop curves crossing at Kirkwood Road and Kelmain Close. So cycle parking, this is just showing the ramp as if you were to come in from King's Hedges Road, you go on the ramp past the landscaping, you go around the corner and there's an entrance down. The Acrest route has been designed following the guidance in the Cambridge City Council cycle parking. The width of the upper section of the ramp is 1.8 metres wide and there's a gradient of 1.13, which meets local plan standards. Cyclists will make the turn at the space wideage, which is 2.6 metres on the lower section, which is here. I wanted to also point out the token crossing that is going to be delivered. So across King's Hedges Road, that's what the applicant will be delivering, a token crossing, which will improve the public realm, that pedestrians can easily walk across and access the site. The application went before the Greater Cambridge Disability Panel. The panel were impressed. I think the access officer commented on this proposal, saying it's one of the better proposals he had seen. I wanted to include this ground floor slide, so showing the ramps and steps. The ramp here, inclusive access would be here. And also there is a ramp here. A revolving door with equal prominence. Good visual links to the reception desk, accessible lifts, and area of inclusive design has all been included. The proposal will also lead to 4 disabled spaces in the basement. So coming to the planning balance, the application has got significant economic benefits of delivering the 7,175 metres squared of life sciences. It's got significant public realm improvements. It's got the highway improvements of the token crossing. Contributions to Nunsway Recreational Ground is going to be tied up with the Section 106. There's going to be a reduction in travel by car. The redevelopment of a 3-quarter vacant building on a brownfield site. The redevelopment of an unfit for purpose employment building within a brownfield and protected employment area. It's a fully inclusive design. There's significant street landscaping benefits and a biodiversity net gain of 68.9%, and it's a highly sustainable building. On the note of highly sustainable building, it's set to achieve all 5, which is of water credits in our local plan, and indeed all 9 water credits available in BREEAM. So they're also going for BREEAM outstanding targets, which show a significantly highly sustainable building. And there was a 55% improvement in the water consumption to the baseline. So yeah, high standards in terms of sustainability. In terms of refusal, the scale and massing of the proposal represents an increase in presence of the building form in a prominent location. However, this is considered to be acceptable, and the site is incapable of accommodating a densification of an urban form. The scheme has incorporated the Greater Cambridge Design Review Panel feedback and also feedback from the Urban Designs team. The proposal will lead to some of the loss of the trees within the site, so say facing Kirkwood Road. However, the proposal will lead to significant landscaping improvements, biodiversity net gain, public realm and ecological improvements. Thank you. That is the end of my presentation.
Right, thanks for that. Speaker, so Howard, you've got 3 minutes to speak. Welcome. So just press the button on your right-hand side there. It should light up the front, the sort of metally ones. That's it. Yeah, you've got it. So 3 minutes and half a minute before the end, the bell goes to let you know it comes to the end.
It's 2 minutes 58, I think you'll find.
I don't think the speaker's on, Harold, so we'll start the time again, don't worry. That's it, well done.
What do I do? Is that working now? Yeah. Good afternoon, councillors. By way of introduction, I'm Howard Redhouse, founder of Berwick Hill Properties and the retained development manager for the applicant, Columbia Threadneedle Investments. Columbia are a leading real estate platform in the UK with £7 billion worth of real estate under management. They're a strong supporter of your city and have numerous long-standing investments here. Firstly, we'd like to thank your planning officers for their recommendation for approval. The planning officer, Nick Yeager, and urban design officer, Joanne Preston, have been excellent counterparties for us. Our pre-application liaison with them over the course of the last 2 years has resulted in a proposal of the highest quality. It's well documented that the UK has a shortage of laboratory space. Cambridge is no different. Given a lack of equilibrium presently between supply and demand, new laboratories are therefore critical infrastructure for the city's ecosystem. We believe that GEO, our marketing name for the proposal, will positively supplement and enhance the Northern Cluster, which was started nearly 60 years ago. Trinity was a visionary pioneer, symbolic of the city's research mindset and why so many organisations wish to locate in your city. Our community engagement has been significant. A dedicated consultation website, mailing to 5,400 addresses, a social media advert which has been viewed over 28,000 times, all coupled to a public exhibition. Moreover, we have sought to provide a meaningful contribution to the wider community. This manifested itself in an improved landscape, the inclusion of a changing places facility for those of severely restricted mobility, which is nationally a very scarce facility. This is, of course, alongside the significant Section 106 and highways commitments that we've agreed to which include a new Tooting crossing on King Hedges Road. Today, sustainability is of the highest importance. As far back as 2010, Columbia Threadneedle recognised their corporate responsibilities and assembled a team of leading industry leaders to implement their sustainability vision. They were the first fund to do so. Columbia Threadneedle's acquisition of Brookmount Court reflected their sustainability desires for developments under their stewardship. Its reuse of a brownfield site, location adjacent to multiple forms of public transport were all core validations. Sustainability has been a cornerstone of our design. For example, the installation of multiple PVs on the roof, rainwater harvesting, and the utilisation of frugal appliances to ensure water conservation and so on. The proposal before you is designed to achieve the best metrics in terms of BREEAM, WELL, Active Score, EPCs, and is also a facility mindful of its occupants' well-being. We've included an abundance of landscaping, a wellness room, along with expansive landscape outdoor terraces. You've had a presentation on BNG this morning. I'm pleased to say that our contribution is 69% over the baseline position. We've reduced car parking by 20%. We plan for the majority of the occupants to arrive by sustainable means, and this is supplemented by an active travel plan. We've worked tirelessly along with your officers. The town and visual impact, supplemented by a highways pre-app design review panel and disability review panel. Their expert opinion has positively shaped our proposals.
Yeah, that's over your time now, Howard. Finish up.
We're immensely proud of the proposals before you, and I hope you will resolve to grant approval for application, and if necessary, I'm happy to field any queries. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Cheers. You can sit there if you want, or sit at the back, whichever you prefer. We won't normally be referring queries to you, but if we need to, I'll let you know. Just before we start, I just wanted to check that the terms of reference for the Joint Development Control Committee have an area for North Cambridge, North East Cambridge, but I presume it's the other side of the road that area covers, not this side of King's Hedges Road. It looks like it, but the plan isn't very clear on terms of reference. So we are in the right committee with this item.
We are, Chair, yeah.
Thanks very much. Okay, so members. Councillor Dryden.
Only question I would ask is that you probably have looked at it, but it's a shame to see you could have saved a few more trees.
You, Councillor? Yeah. Next, yeah, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I think there are many positive aspects to this design, and particularly pleased to see the disability panel at work. There's a few things I don't understand and would like some clarification on. First of all, the 1.8 metre wide cycle ramp, I'm aware that in the morning most people will be going in, and in the evening most people will be going out, but I'm a bit worried about what's going to happen at lunchtime when people will be going in and out at the same time. And a lot of us have adapted bikes, cargo bikes, tricycles even, that are a little bit wider, also mobility scooters. And is the ramp going to work for two-way access? And if not, how is that going to be managed? Because if people are having to back up long distances, that seems to be a significant collision risk. Second cycle point, I'm assuming that there are charging points for e-bikes as well as a mobility scooter point in the bike space. So I'd like to ask, how many charging points are there? And what are the fire safety provisions? Then also on the water uses, I note that there is only a slight increase. But at your last JDCC meeting, you said that if you approved the Cambridge Cancer Hospital, we couldn't have any other increase in water use. So just query, is this good enough? And what more could be done? And finally, heat management. It's a very attractive building, but there looks to be a lot of glass. I can't really see what provisions have been made to manage the heat without using electricity, and whether, the right materials have been selected to minimise the heat use, and whether other architectural features should be incorporated to increase shading. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Next is Councillor Porra.
Thank you, Chair. As Councillor Bennett says, there's some real positives to this application. It makes a very pleasant change. The access officer, very complimentary. I know you're going for BREEAM Outstanding, which I think is one of the first we've seen for an office building. I think I'm right. They all normally go for excellent. Oh, Katie's almost nodding. So that is really good to see that it can be done. So I hope other developers will take note. Obviously the water credits, and actually having the separate cycle ramp. I mean, I'm going to ask some questions about access to it, but that is a real benefit because we're forever moaning in this committee when they've got a shared one, how it's going to work. And obviously the reduced car parking and the BNG increase. So my questions were, the embedded carbon of demolition, is that accommodated in the kind of carbon calculations that we're using? A minor point, it is the driving test centre at the moment. I'm assuming there's a suitable place for that to relocate on another road. I know that's not directly planning, but I suppose it's quite important to most of the people trying to take their driving test. It's absolutely fantastic to have a changing places toilet. That could be life-changing for people being able to access work there. I think we had a thing sent around planning committee from the developers. It suggests that it is publicly accessible. Is that something we can condition? Because, I mean, though having changing places toilets, so these are the toilets that are big enough for an adult to change another adult who might need assistance with that, it is really fantastic. So I really welcome that. But again, I'm grateful for the officer if you could confirm if it is publicly available when the building's open, because that would be great for anyone in the area. We can go on a map and people can know they can go out there safely without needing to worry about changing. I do note the tree loss. Could the officer reassure us that the trees that will be going in as replacement will be reasonable specimens, have enough space to grow and will be appropriate? Because obviously I do understand the loss, but I want to make sure that what we replace them for are going to thrive. Gas, are the two-tier cycle racks gas assisted? I think you said they were, but I would just like to double check. I note the building life is 25 to 50 years. We've had a couple come through that are 100, so I hope it might go longer than that. And finally, the access, this might be one for Tam as well, via the officer. The access to the cycle ramp appears to cross the carriageway, so we're actually getting in from the main road. I wonder if officers could just talk a little bit about that, and whether we could condition some kind of either segregation or something that makes clear that cycles have that priority to cross, and mindful of pedestrians who may also be walking there. Because it's great to have it going underground and having its own ramp, but I was just looking at when you come into it, it does seem to kind of have a bit of conflict between various modes of travel. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Corin.
Thanks, Chair. My only question was about the cycle ramp and whether people could pass through it, so that's been asked already.
Okay, Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, it's really good to see that the all 5 credits are being designed in for water use, and I'm really pleased to see that the condition we've developed for water in use for the lifetime of the building is included here. So I assume that the applicants was accepted that condition, which is really good. I think it's really interesting that this scheme has been designed to so many more standards than we can ask for, and I think it would be really, it's more of a message to the applicant, is that we should all be learning from this kind of building, and it'd be great to have a site visit during construction, but also when it's finished, it's really good if people can visit the building and see how the water's being saved and recycled, and the energy in use, how that's kept low, but also the well-being standards that we really, really want for all buildings, but we can't ask for that, but it's being provided here. If we could learn from that by visiting the building and seeing what's happening, that's all really. And I don't think we need to do it in informative. It's just, this is an opportunity, and it'd be really good to work with the developer and the builder to get to continue learning from this. Thanks.
Thank you. So I noticed there are no objections from consultees, and as you said, Nick, the access officer commented on it being a good scheme, one of the best he'd seen. The only thing I was going to ask is, it's 7,125 square metres of office space. I thought you said there were 215 employees planned to use the building. That seems like quite a low number compared with the square meterage per employee, unless there's a lot of circulation space, or because it's labs or something, maybe it uses more, but that will be 33 square metres per employee. That seemed like quite a lot. So my concern was it might actually be used by a larger number of employees, quite a big number of employees that isn't being shown here, potentially in the future. So perhaps you could bottom that out. Okay, Nick, back to you then, please.
Okay, I'll just start. I'll start going through some of the points. I think we'll start with so yeah, I think the question, I'll just start with the trees. So the proposals will lead to the removal of 4 trees set facing Kirkwood Road and 2 trees in the site for the ramp down to the basement. 4 of these trees are identified as category C, which are low value. 1 tree is identified as category B, which is moderate value, and 1 is identified as category U, which is unretainable. Although this is regrettable, and notice that it's regrettable to lose these trees, we are balanced by the significant landscaping improvements, biodiversity net gain, and public realm and ecological enhancements that this proposal will bring to the area. It should also be noted that the 4 trees set facing on King's Hedges Road, which will be remained, and we've conditioned that tree protection measures and arboricultural accordance and method statement will be applied to ensure that those 4 trees will be retained. There was quite a lot of questions on the cycle and the cycle ramp. The cycle ramp is 1.8 metres wide at the start, and then it goes at the bend to and then 2.6 at the bend in the lower section. It is a separate cycle ramp that's separated from the vehicle use. I noted its concerns about the crossing point, and I can certainly include a condition that that a sign or notice should be given to give cyclists a priority, as suggested. The cycle ramp does meet the guidance set in the city, Cambridge City Council's cycle parking SPD. If it's understood that people are concerned potentially of crossing, etc., on that 1.8 metre wide ramp. However, people are expected to walk down, but they're not. They wouldn't be ever expected to ride, certainly. And it is also noted that Urban Designs have commented, stating that they think this is acceptable. Also noted about charging points for electric vehicles and electric charging points. I've added a condition for electric vehicles. I can certainly look to add a condition as well for electric charging bikes, etc., if we can as well. So I'll make sure that's included, an additional condition on electric charging cyclists. There was also a point on are the double stackers going to be automated, or they are. They're going to be automated or gas operated to make it as easy as possible for users. I also wanted to reassure, it's a hydraulic assisted stacking cycle parking. Also wanted to sort of reassure members that if you were just to count the bottom tier of the stacks, you still had 87 spaces, and then 62 Sheffield stands and 8 cargo bikes and 40 visitors, leading to 188 spaces just on the bottom tier, and then a total of 266 car parking spaces if you incorporated then the top. So I like to think that the scheme's got the option for people, that they don't have to use that top tier if they don't feel suitable. There was a question, I think Councillor Smart said on employees. I'll just get my notes on that. So it said approximately 250 employees, and this is based on the R&D lab space of 1 per 28 metres squared. However, this is stressed to 70% attendance, so 179 employees on the site. That's because of attending some absence or working from home. There was a question on embodied carbon and the demolition, and that is noted. And I like, as far as I'm aware, I can't, to get this high BREEAM standards and categories, I can't imagine that the embodied carbon wouldn't be taken into account, that you are demolition of the existing building that they are achieving. The heat use as well, I think it's, in terms of too much glazing, I'll just get the percentage of them. I think this 40% of the scheme is glazing, and the fins can operate, I believe, to change at times, so I can, could hide away from the sun. It's got the maximum BREEAM efficiency of being outstanding, so therefore I can't imagine that they would be able to achieve that if they're using a significant amount of energy to cool the building down. So I think that's all the points as per, but yeah, go back to the chair.
Yeah, thanks. So I didn't quite hear again. So did you say 250 employees then? 50? Right. So that's 28.5 square metres per employee.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Right, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to come back for a bit more detail on some of my points. I note the reference to people walking down the ramp. Not all of us can actually get off our bikes and walk. And also, if you do, you are standing beside the bike, so you're actually needing more space. I know that my mobility scooter is exactly 32 inches wide. It is a so-called midi compact model. Many cargo bikes are wider than mine. So I cannot believe that 1.8 metre is wide enough. And I wonder if the officer who's thought that was okay was looking at LTN 120 and single-way cycle paths. I really think that this needs to be a minimum of 2.2 metres wide. And some people may even think that's not enough. I thank you for this fire safety mention. On the heat management, when we've had a look at this previous buildings, they've been assessed at a temperature of 40 degrees, I think. Is that correct? And we have gone higher in Cambridge, I believe. Oh, we haven't? It's okay? Was 40 okay, Katie? Apologies. Okay, I'll shut up.
No, don't say that. That's all good. Nick, I'll go back to you on that because let's get that clear. And also, you never referred to TAM in the last set of questions, but again, with these questions, you might possibly want to do that. The question of the width and so on, yeah. Back to you.
I'm sorry, Chair, can you repeat the last bit?
The question of the width that Councillor Bennett just talked about for cycleways, I didn't know if you wanted to refer to TAM, who's here on your left-hand side, yeah. Highways.
the ramp at this upper end is 1.8 metres wide. I do understand Councillor Bennett's concerns with that. I don't want the vehicle ramp going next door, but I'm just trying to think if we could think of a way to improve that for the users.
No, I don't think we don't have to improve anything. We got what we got. We'd have to consider that. So, Toby, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I can help. So, I mean, our cycle parking standards are quite clear in terms of the necessary width, which is kind of 1.8, and there are diagrams in our adopted standards that kind of show 2 cycles passing and how people can do that. I mean, there might be something that the developers could do if someone were looking to bring out a larger cargo in terms of pressing a button or something to warn people that are coming down. The lifts in the lobby are also really, really generous and long, so there might be scope possibly to kind of go down in the lift from that podium area, because the court extends all the way into the cycle parking zone. So it accords with our own standards. I'm sure if this were an issue, the developer could look at some clever means to kind of warn people if kind of bigger cycles are coming down there if it proves to be a problem.
Okay, thanks. Anything else? Was that it?
Yeah, just as Toby mentioned, there are the lifts that go down to the basement, or perhaps that they could be incorporated, that a large cargo bike could go up the ramp at the front of the site, go in and potentially go down the lift and then go to the racks that way. Maybe we could inform that as an informative, or
Are you content with that, Councillor Bennett? Do you want to come back at all?
I think that's sort of, at the moment, I think it's a definite query. I don't see that fitting into a condition or an informative. But I do think it needs to be taken up. I know that I'm probably a broken record, but quite often space standards for disabled users don't actually give disabled users enough space. So I think if there is any way of taking this up with the developer and querying it and checking that it's actually wide enough to work, I mean, particularly if people are being expected to stand by their vehicles and wheel, I just can't really see 1.8 metres or 6 feet in old money being wide enough.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Councillor, and I think you make a very good point, both in specific terms and in general terms. Thank you. Councillor Bagent.
Chair, yes, thank you very much. I wonder if the officer could go back to the Pelican Crossing and the 106 funding. I got a trifle confused about who was going to build it and who was going to pay for it, and I just would like that clarified. Thank you.
Let's do that now then, Nick. I think it's a Toucan crossing, isn't it?
I'll pass over to Tam from the County Council on that.
Hi, yes. So it's called a Toucan crossing because both pedestrians and cyclists can use it. So it's designed to be usable for both pedestrians and cyclists. The reason for the crossing is because it links the building to the guided busway path, so you can come off the guided busway, cross over on foot to where the bus stops are located, and then keep on with your bicycle walking or over the road, and then straight to the ramp that goes down into the cycle park. The crossing is of benefit to the building and occupiers, obviously, but it's also of benefit to a lot of other people in this area. And there's a clear design line crossing over King's Edges Road at this location already, and the applicant will be constructing the crossing as part of the Section 278 agreement. So that's in the revised condition, that's in the amendment sheet. In terms of the contribution, can I deal with that one as well, Nick? Yeah. Thank you. So we did originally ask for a contribution on top of the crossing. The applicant pointed out that the crossing has a multiple benefit to the wider area as well as to their building, and we accepted that argument as noted in the amendment sheet. And so that's why we've agreed with the applicant that they don't need to make a separate contribution, because the contribution is in essence this crossing, which is providing a wider benefit for the wider area. And connectivity to the North East Cambridge area is part of the draft action plan, and so this development actually helps with the wider area to a great extent.
Yes, of course, Councillor.
That sounds very fine. Great, thank you. So we will be granting permission for that crossing at this planning committee. It won't have to go to Highways Committee or something like that for planning permission. And if it does, and they turn it down, what's our fallback position?
Right, so, well, shall we go straight back to Tom then, Nick? Yeah, Tom.
Okay. So my highways colleagues have agreed to the crossing, so it's the signals colleagues. So the crossing works with the signal junction nearby. Highways colleagues are also happy with the design of crossing that's being safety audited. So it's passed all of those tracks that we would usually do in the planning process. So we're as confident as we can be that the crossing can be installed without any trouble. Okay.
Right, thanks. So is this about that, Councillor Levine? Or can I just follow up on this particular point, because I had an interest in this. So Toucan Crossing is a thing that you can actually cycle across, you don't have to push your bike across. So I'm not quite clear where it is. I'm not quite sure if that says that in the report or is actually the positioning of it. But more importantly, whether it would be in a safe position with good signage, because that's my concern is the whole point of this, and I know it's not the most important thing, but you know, you can cycle across, and if you're knocked over, the car driver is liable. Whereas if a cyclist goes on a pedestrian crossing and cycles across, it's different, isn't it? Because you're not supposed to cycle on a pedestrian crossing. So what I'm saying is I want this installation to be totally safe for cyclists who willy-nilly cycle across whenever they want, you know, in their own time, in their own pace, and not get knocked over by a car. Because I fear that a lot of car drivers, especially on King's Edges Road, as a local councillor in that ward, in fact, speed on that road at the moment. They're much faster than 30, and we want it to be safe for cyclists and pedestrians to cross. So some comfort, please.
Yeah, so that's the reason why something like this would be safety audited, to make sure that if there's any problems in the design, at this stage we want to pick them up, because the intention is that the drawing that's before you, or as part of the application pack, and I think Nick's, you're going to pop it up on the screen.
Yeah,
but that's been safety audited, and we're confident that that's okay. You always do get some vehicles that are going faster than others on the road. That's kind of accepted. Safety auditors would have taken that into consideration. So when they're looking at something like this, they're looking at the advanced visibility to the crossing. It's a very straight road. So the advanced visibility to the signal heads would be good. The crossing is located in a location where there's a clear desire line. It doesn't take away any of the trees that are outside the front of the building, so the trees do kind of dictate where the crossing has to go, because I don't want to remove the trees, or any of the trees. So it's going in a gap between the trees. So that's a short distance from Kilmaine Place, I think, the side road nearby, the access road. So yeah, it'd be really obvious when it's there. You'd be able to use it.
And sorry to pursue it, but just one more thing. I suppose there's no chance we might get a speed camera as a part of this whole deal, is there? Because I am concerned about the speeding. It is a fact of life that road gets a lot of speeding drivers of all vehicles. And I'm not sure it's going to change when this Toucan crossing is put in place.
That sounds like a separate issue that we need to take up with Highways.
Okay, fair enough. Who was next? Someone else had their hand up, didn't they? Councillor Levine.
Thank you. Actually, I wasn't going to talk about Toucan Crossing. One little point, a lot of the characteristics of Toucan crossings depend on how they're set up. There are some crossings where you press the button and you have to wait 10 minutes before you can cross. And that would be very frustrating, especially at rush hour when a lot of people are trying to get in. So have a word with whoever sets it up to make it quite friendly for the pedestrians and cyclists rather than the traffic. Shall I stop at that point, because I had another point?
Yeah, Tom's got his hand up, so go for it, Tom.
Yeah, so we've looked at that already, and the crossing is going to act independently of the signal junction. So you press the button, and it will be a very short time before it changes and gives you priority. We didn't want to be constrained to linking it to the signal junction, because then you have to slot it into the timings of the signal junction nearby. So that means you have to wait kind of possibly quite a lot longer. So no, it'd be as good as it can be.
Levine, Councillor Levine?
Can I carry on? Yeah. Thank you for that, by the way. There's one crossing in Trumpington where you have to wait for ages. It's so frustrating. What I was going to say was that I'm very pleased to see there are some PV panels going to be installed on the top of this building. But it's actually it's a very large, very nice looking, very large building, and you've got lots of area, and it just specifies 124 square metres of PV panels, which isn't all that much. I mean, I imagine the area of this room is considerably larger than that. There's quite a good diagram, the roof terrace diagram, which shows the area of PV panels, and you could fit in 4 times as many of that on the roof, I would say. So why not fit some more is my question. Thanks.
Why not then, Nick? Why not more?
I suppose they, on the blank areas, they have to also equate for areas used for plant machinery, for the laboratory works, and I suppose they can be restricted because some of that area will be used for that equipment. I can just state that the application is BREEAM outstanding, and the highest spec of sustainability. I think, and Toby may back me up, there's only a few buildings or a handful that will reach this high sustainability measure. There are other measures as well incorporated in paragraph 8.86 of the report as well.
Okay, it's a good point, Councillor, and the applicant is listening. All I can say is some people refer to solar panels as bling on a building. You know, it's not the most important thing in terms of sustainability, but obviously it is a thing. So if there's more can be fitted on, I'm sure they're listening. Next, anyone? Yes, Councillor Borrer.
Thank you. One point, I mean, it's great that we've got cargo bike provision. It's really important. I mean, I was walking up past the station the other day at 9:15. Every other person on a bike was on a cargo bike. Every single one had a lanyard, so they were going off to their work. You know, whatever their gender, everyone was going. I would note to the applicants you might want to consider more cargo bikes, because this is hopefully a car-reduced scheme. You're going to have 200 people. I'll put money on the fact any of those workers with children will be on a cargo bike. You know, it's really noticeable walking through the station thinking, gosh, where are they all going to park them? So if we don't have more cargo bike space, it's going to be clutter. I mean, it's not a planning thing, it's just worth noting, because it's so common in Cambridge now. Every family almost has one. Coming back to the access to the ramp, I'm somewhat reassured with the pedestrian crossing being where it is, which will allow cycles to cross. I suppose it just asking the officer in town to have a look at that corner, because if you're coming up from the left-hand side, that's not the best way to describe it, on the facade visualisation, you're going to need to turn left across the cars coming in, the cars coming up. I just wonder if it's something at least officers could take forward and consider under condition 15, which is sort of the landscaping and hard landscaping. Just if there can be some wayfinding. Otherwise, we're just going to have bicycles turning left across cars coming back and forth, who are also going to go for their ramp round the back. Again, it's not a reason to reject it. I just think something could be done. And then one last question was for the officer. I asked if the changing places toilet was definitely public access, and if so, could that be conditioned? I mean, even if it's not, it's very, very welcome, because it will allow a more diverse workforce, but that would be amazing if it could be, in working hours, obviously, and also accessible to the other businesses nearby. Thank you.
Yep, okay, right. Nick?
I can include a condition stating that the public disability accessed toilets can be used by the public in working hours, I'm sure. Would I not be able to go with Toby?
Sorry, Nick, just to come in there. I mean, I personally don't think that would be reasonable. It's putting an obligation on a kind of private developer in space that is kind of beyond our remit. I think it's great that they've provided it. If they wanted to make it public available, I think they would have to do that unilaterally rather than it being a something that's imposed.
Through you, Chair. It does say on the document the applicant sent us, I think, yesterday, that it is publicly accessible. So I think it is, well, I'm guessing that's, the applicants put their thumbs up, they are saying.
Let's say it's not going to be conditioned then, but it does say it. And I mean, we don't normally engage with applicants during the debate, but you want to just come to the microphone thing and just say what you want to say then. I presume it's about this thing of access to this toilet.
Thank you very much for the privilege. The two things, the access to the bicycles, the route down is 1.8 wide. It actually widens at the corner as you turn right to go down to the basement. There's no conflict with the vehicle traffic that's heading to the basement. It's a completely segregated route. So the vehicle traffic heading to the basement is a dedicated vehicle ramp. The bicycles are a dedicated bicycle ramp. And there's plenty of room to pass.
It's the changing rooms.
And the changing places room, the concept is that as the building is manned as a manned reception, during working hours it would be available. And I don't know if people know much about changing places, but they're for severely restricted individuals.
We know that's right.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's enough. Oh, okay, so we don't need to condition it then. It is provided in the reception during working hours. Right. Nick, any more to answer?
I don't think so. Did you have a point, Tam?
No, it's fine. Harris does that.
Okay. No, I could condition saying that on the regards of the wayfinding from the turning left as well. Maybe signs to ensure that.
Looks like we're all done then pretty much. I'll just say, we haven't said it so far, but in terms of the building, it's not a bad looking building, pretty reasonable I'd say. Not great architecture, but it looks all right. But functionally it's obviously excellent. So well done for that. It's interesting, it's got a colour to it. I mean, we had a red building recently in the same area of Cambridge, which we talked about, and this is a sort of green and bit of white building. I quite like the colours myself. I think colour is good. It's cheerful as opposed to these sort of steel and glass and black affairs. And in the context of where it sits in King's Hedges, I think it's probably quite appropriate, actually. The only thing I'd say about the planting in front, it faces northeast. It's shown as being very verdant in the picture. I just hope it does grow to that extent. And also it doesn't really show much in terms of sitting out with tables and things, but that could be a thing. There's one table and 2 chairs there, but that could be a thing. And also the cycle stands are shown as some sort of designery thing, which I think in my world, I prefer industry standard Sheffield stands or similar for normal bikes or cargo bikes. For example, I can see the sharp edge on that, which a child could fall onto and cut themselves, so I don't like them, but that's just my personal opinion. I take it as being a design aesthetic that maybe fits with the furniture and furnishings generally, but finally. Nothing more to say. Anyone else, anything? No? Okay, all right. Let's have the recommendation then, please. Toby.
Chair, so the recommendation's on page 133. That is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out below with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers. It's subject also to the satisfactory completion of the section 106 agreement, which includes the heads of terms as set out in the report, with minor amendments to those heads of terms and the final 106 mitigation package, including amounts and scope delegated to officers. It is also subject to the revised conditions set out on the amendment sheet, revised condition 28, the 2 new conditions 50 and 51, a new condition in relation to the priority for pedestrians and cycles across the vehicular ramp crossing point, a condition in relation to electric charging points for bicycles, an informative to help manage, if possible, large bikes and disabled users' access to the cycle park down the ramp, and a condition in relation to wayfinding.
Thanks, Toby. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
It's unanimous.
Okay, so that item is approved. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks to the speaker. Thanks, officers and members. We've not quite finished yet, have we? There's one more item. Yeah. So, right. So let's find that. The appeals, isn't it? So, item 8, City Council Appeals Report. Do you want to speak to that, Toby?
I'll speak to that, Chair. Actually, there's not much in the report to highlight to members. What's off the report that's come through very recently is we received the Brookgate appeal yesterday. So that's been through the Planning Inspectorate and the Secretary of State. The Council lost that appeal, so that permission has been granted. There will be a note coming round to members of all three committees summarising the outcome of the appeal. I haven't had a chance myself to read it in any detail, but I think it'd be if members are interested, take a look. It will be on our website probably today or tomorrow. The other thing to note is that we received, following the service of the enforcement notice against the Cambridge Don sculpture on Hills Road, that we have now received an appeal against that enforcement notice. The applicants have applied for an inquiry, public inquiry. We are negotiating with the inspector to see if that can be downgraded. So the two most interesting things actually aren't on this list, but they'll appear in due course. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. Any questions on any of that? Councillor Porra.
Apologise, I can't remember if I mentioned this, but could we add trees to this list? Because there was just one in my ward that they took to an appeal and it was rejected, but it wasn't on the list, so it'd just be useful to have the tree applications. I know they're often minor, but I think it's quite important to see. And yes, if you have a chance, if it does go on the website, Toby, to send us around the reference, that would be fantastic for the Brookgate one, just because then that will remind me to look at it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor. Toby, response, trees?
I think the answer is yes, we can facilitate that.
Okay, thank you. Any more? No? Okay, thank you then, members. That's the end of today's planning meeting. Safe journey home.